Journal and the Star Ledger. Additional notice of time and place was posted and filed with the city clerk and forwarded to the Jersey Journal and Star Ledger on May 7, 2021. An additional notice of change of location was posted and forwarded to the Jersey Journal and Star Ledger on May 10, 2021. The regular meeting of the Municipal Council of the City of Bayonne is now in session. Ms. Medina, roll call, please.
Mr. Carroll. Mr. Galais.
Here.
Mr. La Palusa.
Here.
Mr. Perez.
Here.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Here, please rise for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag. To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah.
It sounds like mine sounds.
I guess if I move it close.
Okay, everyone. First of all, I just want to start out by going over a few logistics. This is not our usual location place. I'd like to thank the Board of Ed for accommodating us under COVID. Our City Hall couldn't really accommodate it with social distance. The number wanted to come. And we certainly wanted to make sure that everyone who wanted an opportunity to speak does have that opportunity to speak. So again, thank you to the Board of Ed for accommodating us. I would also like to acknowledge all of our nurses. Today is National Nurses Day. So thank you. You're an important part and we couldn't live without you. And just some housekeeping. There's a lot of people here. You know, there are a few topics. The eminent domain is probably number one, but we have a number of other topics that people have registered to come in and speak. So I just ask that we be considerate of the other speakers. We limit our time. We ask everyone not to speak more than 5 minutes. We ask not to repeat if, you know, a point has already been made. It's not, you know, necessary to repeat it, you know, just as a courtesy to our your fellow residents that are sitting here amongst us. So we're going to start on, and then how it works here, it's not like the Board of Ed, we don't sign up. And if people want to speak on, we'll call for public comment. You can raise your hand, you'll be recognized. We'll ask you to wear your mask up to the podium. When you're at the podium, you can take your mask off as you're protected by the PPE around there, the plexiglass, so that you can be heard a little freer. And then when you're done, you can go to your seat. We ask that you social distance. If you're at your pod, that's, you know, fine. If not, if you don't know the person, you know, keep proper distancing. Okay, thank you and be safe. Ms. Medina?
Our first item is an ordinance of the City of Bayonne, County of Hudson, approving the financial agreement by and between the City of Bayonne and SWL Urban Renewal LLC for the property located at 69-71 New Hook Road, which property is identified as Block 416, Lot 2.01, as shown on the official tax map of the City of Bayonne, which was introduced and passed the first reading at a meeting held March 17th, was published in the Jersey Journal and posted on the bulletin board as required by law, with notice that it be further considered for final passage following a public hearing at the meeting of April 14th, at which time the ordinance was given a second reading and was postponed to this meeting of May 12th, 2021, and is now before the council for its consideration and a public hearing. The council is now ready to give all persons interested in this ordinance an opportunity to be heard concerning it. The council president will recognize anyone who wishes to speak.
Mr. Franco?
Good evening, City Council. Peter Franco, 109 West 53rd Street. Just a quick question. What's the actual agreement here, the terms?
This is 20 years. This is 20 years?
And this is a storage facility?
Yeah. They're expanding. It's going to be, is it storage? Warehousing, yeah. Warehouse.
I guess the question would be, have we done anything similar to this? Because it seems like a very long time for, you know, 20 years ultimately.
You know, Peter, we have been, it's not really a long time. We used to do 30, if you remember, and I'm sure you do. And then we went down to 25. This is a commercial, you know, it creates jobs. There's no burden on the school system. There's, you know, a lot of different infrastructure, you know, also bringing jobs into town, you know, supports local businesses. They do their dry cleaning, they go to our restaurants, they support our, you know, stores. So yeah, we think it's appropriate. We do give more leniency on commercial properties.
Yeah, I would definitely prefer commercial over residential. But I just kind of feel like it's a little high, ultimately. I mean, do we have a total number of estimated jobs that we're bringing into Bayonne, and maybe what the salaries are?
I don't. And by the way, we do now have all of our pilots analyzed by our financial consulting firm, and they make sure that the city is making money, that it's favorable to the city, the terms. And this one was reworked since we tabled this, and it was reworked, and the terms were changed to be even more favorable to the city.
All right, thank you.
Council President Joe DeMarco, Redevelopment Council. With regards to that pilot, it's about a 80 to 120,000 square foot warehouse. The traditional concept is you get one job per 1,000 square feet. So it should be around 100 to odd jobs. It is on the backside of the Delta Storage. It's a brand new warehouse. They also will make improvements to the drainage that currently plagues that part of the LaFonte Way and New Hook Road.
Thank you.
Anyone else on 01? No protest against, objections to, or statements in favor of this ordinance or its passage has been filed with me. May I have a motion to close?
So moved.
Second.
And on the motion to close, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
And a resolution ordering final passage.
So moved.
Second.
And on the resolution ordering final passage, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
02 is an ordinance of the City of Bayonne in the County of Hudson, New Jersey, approving the Form N, authorizing the execution and delivery of a lease purchase agreement with the Hudson County Improvement Authority relating to the issuance of up to $95 million aggregate principal amount of the authority's city guaranteed lease revenue bonds for the Bayonne Medical Center project and any notes issued in anticipation thereof by the Hudson County Improvement Authority, which was introduced and passed first reading at a meeting held April 14, 2021, was published in the Jersey Journal and posted on the bulletin board as required by law, with notice that it would be further considered following public hearing at this meeting of May 12th, and is now before the council for its consideration and a public hearing. And resolution moved by the council as a whole, giving the ordinance second reading. On that resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
Second reading is by title, an ordinance of the City of Bayonne in the County of Hudson, New Jersey, approving the form and authorizing the execution and delivery of a lease purchase agreement with the Hudson County Improvement Authority relating to the issuance of up to $95 million aggregate principal amount of the authority's city guaranteed lease revenue bonds and any notes issued in anticipation thereof by the Hudson County Improvement Authority. The council is now ready to give all persons interested in this ordinance an opportunity to be heard concerning it. The council president will recognize anyone who wishes to speak.
Okay, before we get started, I'm going to go over some logistics for this because we have a number of people and we have a number of interested parties. So I'm going to give a statement, and then I'm going to ask our attorney, Mr. DeMarco from the city, to give an explanation of the process. Then I will invite the stakeholders to come up and speak. That being, first we'll have the current landlord, which is HRH. Then I will have the current tenant, which is CarePoint, come up and speak. And then we will allow BMC to come up and speak. After they've all had their say, we will allow the general public to come up and make comments. And we ask everyone to keep their comments to 5 minutes, okay? So by now, you all know my position, but I'd like to go on the record. This is not the appropriate action at this time. Eminent domain should be the last resort. I believe that there are alternatives to ensure a full acute care hospital in Bayonne while still protecting the taxpayers. And I do not believe that those options have been fully vetted. And at this time, I will ask Mr. DeMarco to come to the podium and explain the process. And one additional thing, I ask everyone when you come to the podium, please state your name. You want an address?
Yes.
An address for the clerk before you begin to speak. Thank you.
Good evening. Joseph DeMarco of the law firm of Cleary, Giacobbe, 169 Ramapo Way, I believe. I always get lost, in Oakland, New Jersey. So what we have here tonight are essentially two ordinances. Even though you started the public hearing on one, they are interrelated, connected. One doesn't really exist without the other. They move in tandem like twins. Essentially what has occurred is this Hudson County Improvement Authority, as a bonding agency, as an independent authority, was asked by the city to begin the process of eminent domain. The Improvement Authority has authorized that process. They took a vote on that, I believe, a year ago, where they are willing to proceed with eminent domain of essentially Bayonne Hospital, the actual building and land. In order to effectuate that, in order for them to move forward, there are certain requirements or regulations and certain guarantees that the municipality needs to have in place before bonds can be issued or before the Improvement Authority will take such action. What is asked and what is in front of you are two ordinances at the request of the Improvement Authority before they will begin that process. The first one is a lease, essentially is a guarantee that by the city that they will lease the premises back. The Improvement Authority does not want to buy a building and then have no tenant or no one who will essentially cover the debt. So it's a lease purchase agreement. At the end of it, it is what it is, what it says. Quite frankly, the city would get to purchase the land and the building for essentially $1 because you would just pay down the debt on it. The second item in front of you is the guarantee, essentially the pledge, where you are in essence putting an ordinance where you are pledging through taxpayers and tax dollars of the city, Bayonne, to pay the debt on the bond. The Improvement Authority is not a taxing agent, right? If they cannot raise their own taxes, they have no way to raise their own funds. So in order to issue debt, they need to be able to go out to the market and say, we have someone guaranteeing who will pay that debt. And that would be the municipality in this question. So those are the two steps in front of you. What happens after that is the Improvement Authority, with those in hand, would proceed to get approval by the local finance board. I need to slow up, and this is an important point. You were supposed to, like your budget, right? You introduce a budget, it goes down to Trenton, Trenton signs off on it, and then you adopt it. Similar function here. This was introduced. There should have been a meeting this morning at local finance where local finance, Trenton, said, yes, this is an acceptable expenditure. We believe it makes financial sense. We support it. Everything's there. And then you can approve it. So tonight, you cannot vote to approve these ordinances. You can have your public hearing. You can have a discussion. You can close the public hearing. You can keep it open. I'll leave all those choices to you. What you cannot do is essentially approve it because it would be null and void anyway until the improvement. You would have to do it again, right? Until local finance signs off on it. Once the ordinances are passed, what will happen is that gives the ability for the Improvement Authority to begin the process of eminent domain. What does that mean? That means they take an appraised value. They sit and have a good faith negotiation with the landowner, in this case, HRH. They meet and they discuss and they see if they can come to an agreement on behalf of the city with HRH as to a purchase value. The amount of bonds that are anticipated are $95 million, which, based upon the Improvement Authority's analysis, should be sufficient to cover what they believe the cost will be. It could be less, it could be much less, it could be 45 million, 50 million, somewhere in there, but the $95 million number was a number presented to me to give to the city as a basis for what they believe the fair value of the property would be. Should that fail, should the Improvement Authority and HRH not be able to come to terms, you then would move to a court action where the city would file an action for eminent domain. That is a process then where the judge gets involved. The judge then gets their own appraisal, sets the value. I would imagine, based on the crowds and what has occurred over the past 4 weeks in town, that would be a contested action. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. Where the legality of it, the Improvement Authority believes, and so do I, that there is a basis and a good faith reason under the law to be able to do the action we're asking of you. That ultimately, though, gets determined by a judge. Once that determination of the legality of it gets made, it then becomes a math equation. In some respects, the judge gets an appraisal, reviews it. If he finds it reasonable, the money gets posted, the land gets exchanged. How long that process could be would really depend on the parties, the judge's schedule. I would be foolish based upon COVID and pandemic, and court calendars were routinely slow to begin with. They are much more difficult now, especially when people want to be heard and file a lot of paper. But that's in essence the process. Mr. Hanley's here. Mr. Hanley is on retained by the city. I've worked with him. He's had the opportunity to review some of the financials. He's here to discuss what a potential bond payment may be, what the percentage could be, what that could cost if you need that numbers or those basic analysis. Again, I would caution you, any numbers that Mr. Hanley or myself say are estimates, right? Until their value is set. I could not tell you in good faith, and it's all set as to the bond rate, what that cost would be. So with that, I'll answer any questions of the council.
I have one. So we're bonding for 95 million. I heard that it could be less, it could be more. If the evaluation comes back more, is it not the case that you would have to come back to the council to get approval to bond for higher? The max you can bond for, but if the valuation is higher than 95,
Correct.
this would be no longer valid?
What you're guaranteeing and all the Improvement Authority would bond for would be that upper limit of $95 million. If it came out to be $95 million and $100, we would be back before you seeking an amendment of both of these ordinances for that additional dollar amount. So that's correct. But the $95 million number is based upon the Improvement Authority's assessment of where they believe the property valuation lies.
Okay. Any questions? I think I have a question to Mr. Hanley. I don't know, do you want to go down there or do you could just use Mr. Coffey? Based on your financial analysis, what is the cost, the true costs, factoring in?
Obviously, it depends on what.
You have to go closer to, does he have it on? Does he have it on?
Hello?
Here now.
You had it on.
Sorry, it depends on what the cost of the property actually is. The 95 million is a lot more than anyone believes the property is valued at, but it's a number that needs to be deposited in order to start the process. So, we think that the annual debt service on any reasonable valuation will be between 2.5 and $3 million. When it's amortizing, initially you can temporarily finance, and the amount might be in the $1.2 million, $1.3 million range.
Thank you. Any of my colleagues have questions for Mr. Hanley before we let him go back? Thank you. Thank you. At this time, I will ask the landowner, HRH, will give you the courtesy as the current landholder to speak.
Good evening. President of the council members, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak here tonight before you. My name is Nizar Kifaya. I'm an emergency medicine physician. I'm also the president and CEO of Hudson Regional Hospital. My address is 55 Meadowlands Parkway, Secaucus, New Jersey. I'm only going to speak about the facts here tonight. Fact is, the owner of the hospital, Mr. Moshe, took over Hudson Regional Hospital January 1st of 2018. Fact is, he took over a hospital that was broken, Meadowlands Hospital, that had a very bad reputation and didn't really have much to offer the community. Fact is, one of the first things that we did in that hospital is, number one, we invested more than we were supposed to be investing based on the request by the Department of Health, which was $3 million over 5 years. We invested $40 million in the past 3 years. We also negotiated successfully a contract with the union once, and then again recently, successfully with no issues. We also brought in an additional 275 positions to the hospital, most of which are union members. We used the $40 million very wisely. We invested in the infrastructure of the hospital. We brought in new technology. We also invested in the personnel of the hospital. We improved the morale of the employees. And we added about 450 new physicians to that hospital. We also worked on changing the reputation of the hospital, improving the relationship with the community, with the mayor. We have an excellent relationship with the mayor. We're extremely involved in the community. And we also brought one of the most important things there, which is a peace of mind to the employees of the hospital. This is a hospital, and I remember my first day walking in February 1st of 2018. And for those of you who may not know, I used to be an employee of CarePoint for 5 to 6 years in the past. I'm very familiar with Hudson County. When I walked in February 1st of 2018, I walked into a very depressed organization where the morale of the employees was extremely low. You should come by and take a look at what's happening there now. The other fact is, we invested in the business so much over the past 3 years that we've reached a point where we reached capacity. So at the end of 2019, we looked around and we said, okay, it's time for us to expand. The other fact is, Hudson County had 3 hospitals up for sale at the time. All 3 facilities for CarePoint, with 2 hospitals in Jersey City and Hoboken being under contracts with and Bayonne Hospital with no takers. We reached out to the mayor of Bayonne City, Bayonne Township, Mayor Davis. He was very welcoming. That was in January of 2019, or January 2020, sorry. We came here, we met with him. We told him about our intentions of expanding and potentially taking a run at acquiring Bayonne Hospital. It was extremely welcoming, extremely welcoming. He was very interested in what we had to offer. Very simple things. We said, we have turned a hospital that no one else thought would be turned around very successfully over the past couple of years. We promised, number one, do the same for Bayonne Hospital. Number 2, make sure no employees lose their jobs. There are no reduction in forces that are happening every 6 to 9 months here. And number 3, we're going to invest in this hospital and bring it up to par so that it suits the needs of the community. Mayor Davis turned around and said, you know what? This sounds really, really good. I'm very excited about this. You guys are welcome to pursue your process. However, there's one thing that you really have to do. There's a bone in the back of my throat, which is the landlord that owns the hospital right now, the real estate. If you guys can strike a deal with him, we can avoid the whole eminent domain process. Otherwise, we have to go through eminent domain. Like, all right, this is great. We went and pursued exactly what the mayor asked us to do. We made connection with the landlord at the time, which is Avery. You like him or you don't like him, that's exactly what we did. We reached out to him. We negotiated with him. In the meantime, we had a meeting with the principals of CarePoint. We used to deal with them as well. After we toured the facility and looked at everything that needed to be done there, realized how this hospital needed desperately a tremendous amount of upgrades. So we managed to get a deal with Avery. Came back, we're very excited, this is really good. We make an offer. Just to realize that so many things have changed since then. So you gave us direction, we pursued that exact direction, we achieved something really valuable, We thought we're coming to the table with a solution that's really suitable for this city. An owner operator, like what a concept, right? An owner operator. We own the real estate and we operate the hospital. There's no reason why we can't invest our own money into that hospital. Same exact thing that we did at Hudson Regional Hospital. We're extremely puzzled right now. Why are we here? Why are we here? You have an entity that has successfully turned around a hospital. And please, I'm not going to go into all the different shots that were taken at us in the last 48 hours, 72 hours, whatever, about this hospital that you guys only had for 3 years, didn't manage to get leapfrog this and that. I'm going to leave that aside to people who actually know how to run a hospital. And they know exactly what it takes to get there. Why are we here today? We have a solution for this township that provides the land and the operations. Land and operations, a noble concept. In return, there's another solution on this table that requires the taxpayers' money to sponsor a for-profit organization, do away with the potential property taxes that this city could be generating by us running this hospital as a for-profit organization. For what reason? An explanation would be really, really helpful here. There's no explanation for this whatsoever. The last fact that I really want to leave you is with the record that we've had at Hudson Regional Hospital, the things that we've done there. We have communicated over and over and over to Mayor Davis. We've asked for meetings over and over and over. Give us the opportunity to come back and talk to you about all the things that we're doing for this, that we're willing to do for this hospital and for this town. You sent us on a mission. We accomplished the mission. Aren't you proud of us? Give us the opportunity to speak with you. Let us give you our proposal. We have the land. We can run the operations. We can commit to investments. We can commit to certain things that will allow you as a city to have control over what the future of this hospital. You don't have to worry about this hospital becoming a nursing home, becoming condos, whatever it is that you're afraid will happen to it. You don't have to worry about that. We're giving you commitment here. To our surprise, we never heard back from Mayor Davis. Never. So we said, okay, you know what? We'll just communicate with him via letters, the same letter that we sent to the President Council and others. With the explanation of all the things that we're putting on the table here. We're securing the jobs for all of the employees of this hospital. We're investing so much money into this hospital it really needs. We're in an in-network hospital at Secaucus, 100% in-network, which was one of the first things we did. We bring that here. You don't have to worry about out-of-network charges that are ridiculous, that are going to scare people and call you and the mayor and everybody else about the nightmare of having to deal with that. Nothing back. Nothing back, right? So we're providing you with a solution that does not affect taxpayers' money, does not put strain on this city. We're the landlord. We're willing to operate. We have a team on standby in case CarePoint decides to walk away someday. We're happy to jump in anytime without interruption whatsoever. We have excellent clinical care. We've showed it over and over and over, especially during COVID. A young hospital that's only been existing for less than 2 years managed to be the leading entity in Hudson County during COVID, to the point that the county executive chose us as the designated testing center for the county. There's a reason for that. If he thought our quality was so bad, if he thought our process was so bad, why did he pick us? We're offering the same here, guys, the same exact thing. We can come in here, we can invest in this hospital, we can invest in this community, we can build the relationships that you all want from a community hospital in your township, and we can do it now, and that's a fact. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And now the representative from CarePoint.
Good evening, everybody. First, I would like to thank Council President and the City Council. Thank you for allowing us this time to speak and express our perspective before the Council. as well as the entire community. We are here today to reiterate our commitment to serve the community as we have for many years, and more so during the horrendous time of COVID-19. We want to thank Mayor Davis and the entire city council for the unrelenting support, leadership while dealing with the COVID crisis. We fought it together. CarePoint Health Bayonne Medical Center has led from the front in testing, treating, and vaccinating the entire community, and we will continue to serve our community despite of all the challenges. From the events and headlines of the past year or so, it has become very obvious that our hospital has been held hostage by the virtue of the parcel of land that it sits on. This land has changed hands 3 times in the past year or so, and each time it has been used as the point of leverage to further each party's goals and objectives. What is there to stop this land from being sold again once the music stops and our attention shifts elsewhere? Why won't the city secure this piece of land when it has minimal, absolute no tax implications for the residents of Bayonne? And there could be different strategies to achieve that goal. CarePoint Health and BMC Hospital LLC has not engaged in any contentious and divisive grassroots campaign. We have not undermined any hospital or healthcare entity, and we both continue to work closely with the state and the county to bring the best and the most stable solution to our community in Bayonne. Hudson Regional Hospital was a small Meadowlands hospital until the owner of the ambulatory surgery center acquired it, relabeled it into Hudson Regional Hospital. So my question then is, why is it okay for the city of Secaucus to allow an entity with no hospital experience to run their only hospital, and not okay for a much bigger healthcare group, which is partnering with an existing health system, CarePoint Health, to not run our hospital in Bayonne? Of note, no one can improve what is better than them. Current CarePoint leadership has partnered with the best team in BMC Hospital LLC with good intention of maintaining the hospital services and to continue expanding the clinical programs. And our concern, our biggest concern, is that any loss of momentum at this stage will disrupt whatever value in clinical terms has been created and that BMC Hospital LLC has committed to improve going forward. This partnership will help foster the multi-care collaboration in field of cardiovascular care, orthopedic care with Rothmans, and a robust innovation center which is focused on transformation medicine. CarePoint Health is on a journey to go back in network. We are in network with Cigna June 1st. We are almost in network with Aetna. That's part of our rollout strategy to transform the healthcare in Bayonne. I would not take too much time. I know the council has a pressing agenda and other agenda items. But on behalf of the entire medical and leadership staff, our nursing staff, our ancillary staff, and our community partners, some of which I want to thank to take our time and join us today, I plead you to do the right thing by securing this hospital land and protecting it forever by voting in favor of an eminent domain. Thank you so much for your time today.
Can speak. Thank you.
So good evening. My name is James Flynn. I'm from the law firm of Epstein, Becker and Green, and I'm here on behalf of BMC LLC, and really just to introduce some people. I'm also a member of this community. I'm at 784 Avenue A, and after performing our roles as counsel, I will speak as a member of the public later in the evening. I do want to thank the council for the time they've devoted to this. I want to thank the council members individually who've taken the time to speak with me or others to get informed about what's going on here. I also want to thank the mayor, Jimmy Davis. I know that the mayor has tried very hard to not only do the right thing for the city of Bayonne, but to bring the parties together. I know, and I attended a meeting that Mayor Davis called in which my clients were present, CarePoint was present, and HRH was present. So when you hear speakers want to tell you what the facts are, they should not deny the mayor's efforts and the mayor's openness to have appropriate discussions with all parties and actually to convene them. So I just wanted that to be a part of the record. If the council or any of the attorneys have questions, we are happy to answer them. We always have been, and we've been very forthright in providing information to the city, to members of the community, and to the State Department of Health. I'd like to introduce the principals who are here. Wayne Hatemi, who will speak to you in a moment to provide the views of BMC. Dr. Greg Rock, who can speak to the clinical vision that BMC has. And Felix Kogans, who's another one of the principals. Anthony DeGrady, a fourth principal, is out conducting other business, but fully supports this effort. So with that, and with the notion that if you do have questions, we're happy to respond, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Hatemi.
Good evening. Thank you so much for taking the opportunity to hear BMC and myself, Wayne Hatemi. I live at 573 Remsen's Lane in New York. And I just wanted to take the time to first introduce ourselves, let you understand how we got to this point, let you know a little bit about our journey and our vision for Bayonne and how we see the future. So a little bit about us, myself, Felix Kogan, Dr. Greg Rock, Anthony DeGrady, as discussed. We formed Bayonne Hospital LLC with the intent to purchase Bayonne Hospital. We've been in healthcare our whole careers. Cumulatively, we spent probably the last 75 years in every aspect of healthcare. And most recently, we've been very successful in taking distressed ambulatory surgical centers and turning them around. We are probably the leader in the Northeast in this model. And some of our recent accomplishments have been taking over distressed centers that were run by large hospital organizations and taking them out of bankruptcy, bringing them back to fruitful, healthy businesses. We got involved in the journey of Bayonne Hospital about 1.5 years ago. We were introduced to Bayonne specifically. And for me, it was a very interesting experience. It was right when the pandemic began. And we toured the facility, and I remember distinctly how impressed I was, not only by the grand structure that we entered, but how many beds it had and how many different disciplines it served. More so than anything, I think the day that I visited the hospital, it was a different feeling than any hospital we've ever visited, because the people that work there were greeting us with friendly smiles. The conversations we had with the doctors were different than any other place. And I think the general sentiment was that when we left, we walked into the parking lot, we looked at each other, and we said, this hospital is definitely for us. And one of us actually made the comment that this is the gem of all hospitals. And since that day, we've always referred to this hospital as our gem. So with that being said, we went into a fair bidding process. We met with CarePoint, and we had multiple discussions. And they eventually agreed to giving us the bid to buy this hospital. We had no reason to believe that there was any discussions that we didn't know of. I know Hudson Regional was speaking, as well as other hospital organizations, but they chose us, and we went further with our transaction. So we thought it was a very good idea to get a better footprint and understand how this hospital was run. And we took the time to meet with each and every doctor that worked in the hospital. What started off as a normal vetting process of the good and the bad and the things that we could change turned into a very different experience. We were in the heart of the pandemic. And as we met with the physicians like Dr. Zubair, who's here tonight, and his sister, Dr. John Dedusis, and many others, we learned that this hospital was a lot more than we at first thought. These physicians that worked here and have been part of this community taught us how important this hospital was to each and every person in Bayonne. We sat and we listened to how they built their lives and their practices here in Bayonne. And it touched us in a way that was a lot different than we expected. We know how important this hospital is to the community. And our vision, like others, is that this hospital needs to be the only place that Bayonnians need to go to. People in Bayonne do not need to go to Jersey City. They do not need to go to Manhattan, Secaucus, or any other place. This should be the one place that everybody comes to with the confidence that not only will they get the best care, but every service should be offered here. We met with Mickey McCabe, famous Mickey McCabe, and the first thing he told me was that the one thing I'm upset about in this hospital is that my grandkids cannot say they're from Bayonne. I also learned that people in Bayonne don't say they're from New Jersey, they're from Bayonne. So we understand what this hospital means to everybody here. And our intention is to keep it as a full service community hospital that services the community in a respectful, correct way, that they don't have to worry about getting balance bills or not being in network. It should be a place they're proud of and confident that they can get the best care in any specialty that they want. So now that I told you a little bit about our journey, I think there's some facts that I just want to point out. And there's been a lot in the media over the last months, good, better, and different. I'm here just to tell you what I've learned also, and here are some of them. So as discussed, our group was chosen by CarePoint to buy this hospital. And in the event that eminent domain does not happen or it happens, CarePoint still has the ability to make that decision on who's buying it or who's running this hospital. Hudson Regional Hospital bought the real estate after we entered into a contract to buy this hospital. So despite what chronological order that I heard earlier, it would not make sense to me to buy a hospital that you do not buy the land on a hospital that you do not have a contract to actually purchase. So I don't understand the chronology of how that all happened, but I know that we had a contract to buy this hospital, and later on Hudson Regional came in to buy the land. In the middle of a pandemic, HRH tried to ascertain its rights under its lease to try to evict CarePoint during the middle of a pandemic. We can talk about HRH's successes, and I think they've done a great job. But if you look at the census, which is the standard of what disciplines it offers to the community, it does not come up in a high percentage. It's one of the lowest in New Jersey right now. So although they've done a great job, I'm sure, in turning their hospital around, it does not offer the services that Bayonne needs to have. Final, I think that I would like to say that no matter what happens here tonight, you can listen to my points, you can listen to their points. Everybody's been down this road for the last decades in Bayonne. There's been a lot of unruly behavior in this hospital for years. Nobody knows what tomorrow brings. Nobody knew that the pandemic would happen. So despite whatever I say or they say, the only way to keep this hospital in Bayonne is for you to vote yes on eminent domain. It'll maintain this building for another 100 years, and everybody will have the confidence that this hospital will stay here and service the community forever. So I know that it sounds like a lot of money, and we're talking about taxpayers' burdens, but if you think about it, what can you put on the price of a life, let alone all the lives in Bayonne? Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it. Vote yes.
As I said earlier, I'd like Dr. Rock to share the clinical vision for a moment. I'd also like to introduce Bob Kavanaugh, who is co-counsel with me, is also a Bayonne resident. I'm sure he'll have some things to say in the public session as well. Dr. Rock.
Good evening. Good evening, honorable members of the Bayonne City Council. It's really an honor to be here today. My name is Dr. Greg Rock, and I'm a board-certified podiatric surgeon and healthcare facility owner for the past 30 years. I am born and raised and educated in New Jersey. I practice in Manhattan. I come to you before today as the singular physician, member of the BMC ownership team to focus on the future of Bayonne Hospital. I want to speak to you tonight a little different from what you're hearing. I want to speak to you as a caring and sensitive physician and what the last year has meant to us as part of the Bayonne Hospital and community. I don't know if anybody knows, today happens to be the last day of Nurses Week. And just 1 year ago today, during the heart of the pandemic, Nurses Day was our first event held here after being selected by CarePoint. We introduced ourselves and distributed our face coverings with our name, logo, and URL. I'm sure you haven't seen this. Okay. Last spring, nearly every employee at BMC enjoyed a gourmet catered lunch hosted by the BMC Hospital LLC amid COVID precautions and festive decorations. We personally congratulated each and every staff member for meeting the coronavirus challenge and assured them that our intent to expand, improve, and invest in the hospital facilities and services for the greater Bayonne community. Soon after last summer, we also sponsored an old-fashioned ice cream truck outside for the staff and residents to enjoy as a meet and greet for even the residents to come on by. And for each event, all four principals were always there to speak to everybody that wanted to ask us any questions. Our bios, our pictures, and our email addresses for anybody that wants to talk to us 24/7. But Bayonne Hospital is not just about treating patients. It's about reaching out and offering awareness, education, and early detection programs, like our breast cancer awareness event that we held proudly this past October. We once again displayed a pink face covering, ribbon, logo, but quickly reminded that this deadly disease is colorblind, as much as we enjoy wearing pink. And that breast cancer awareness shouldn't just be 1 month, but for those it affects is 365 days a year. The BMC team have honored these great frontline heroes, all during the pandemic, as well as legendary community leaders who are heroic in their own way. So, this past holiday season, we had yet our final event of 2020 with a dedication ceremony with New Jersey Boardwalk Park benches instead of the old crappy ones that were there, with dedicated bronze plaques honoring them. And you can see them now. They've been there, and they're all from recycled materials. And the first one, of course, went to the frontline heroes of BMC. But no additional order. There were other legendary heroic people that we wanted to honor. The late Mr. Dan Kane, who is often credited as being the savior of BMC. Wonder what he would say here tonight. Madeleine Fiadine Loray and her foundation to fight cancer. She flew up for 1 day just to be a part of this community and this event with us. Mickey McCabe of McCabe Ambulances, who started with just one rig decades ago and is now a pillar of this community. And Mayor Jimmy Davis and the City Hall Council. His Honor was born and raised in Bayonne, became a police officer, and went on to become a good and decent public servant that became passionate and personal about this hospital, not just for the survival, but for the thriving and the department that it deserves for another 100 years. As you can see, the BMC team has already become a part of the community, honoring and supporting the men and women that deliver care and have successfully began the process of expanding services and enhancing operations. The BMC principals do not have any additional entities in the surrounding area that poses to distract or take away focus from the people of Bayonne, such as transferring patients to another nearby mutually owned hospital to save on the duality of redundant departmental spending, or just filling up admission beds instead of BMC. All BMC patients should have one-stop shopping when it comes to correctly diagnosing, treatment, and if necessary, admission. And this includes bringing better women's health services and time to bring back obstetrics to BMC. This is exactly why eminent domain needs to be implemented. It will eliminate anyone from possibly selling off the land to another non-hospital entity and would be 100% owned by the community and paid for by the tenant. And don't think that the right of first refusal is going to save the hospital. That could be manipulated, bidding, and I can't imagine wanting to bid with a corporate entity. And we'd be right back here with eminent domain once again. Any process that can negatively affect this community hospital will not only have a drastic effect on healthcare, but the economics of Bayonne, such as job losses from the hospital, as well as the surrounding small businesses. And if that's not enough, even property values will go down. Every day, patients walk through the doors of Bayonne Hospital with different needs. And our staff is ready. Our doctors and nurses work tirelessly, care deeply, and sacrifice willingly. This hospital is a center for medical innovations and a cornerstone of this community that embodies the hearts and souls of its residents. And that is why we, the BMC principals, are so proud to call Bayonne Hospital home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, are there any questions that you or any on the council wants us to address?
I don't have any at this time, but I'd like to reserve that right to ask you later.
That's fine. I appreciate that. I'll just reemphasize one of the things that Dr. Rock just mentioned in passing. As you know, we publicly announced and have always been prepared and told everyone who's been part of this process that as a tenant of the city, we would, through the lease, cover the financing and debt service costs that would relate to any bonding. We've made that commitment publicly and we stand by that, as Dr. Rock just alluded to. With that, the presentation from the BMC team is concluded. I know we have, as Dr. Singh mentioned, CarePoint does, have members of the public who will speak on our behalf. Bob and I will be among them, so we'll follow the council's president's lead on recognition as to when we should speak. I'd also like to publicly thank Dr. Singh and everyone from CarePoint for the partners that they've been in this entire process. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to thank the public for being patient while you received a lot of information. And now we'll open it up to public comment. We also do have an online feature. We are virtual. So I will ask every once in a while, Ms. Shanti, to let me know if we have any speakers online. But we'll start right now with anyone in the public who wishes to speak. If you just raise your hand. Yes, sir, in the back, come on up with that. Again, I ask you when you come to the podium to please state your name and address. If you're with an entity, you can just say the entity also.
My name is Martin Miller, 159 West 2nd Street, Bayonne, New Jersey. I just wanted to say, I wouldn't be standing here today if it wasn't for Bayonne Hospital and the emergency staff. I had a heart attack a couple of years ago, and they rushed me to the hospital, and all the staff was standing there waiting for me to come right in. They were all standing there already. They put me in the room, and they were working on me, and I see all these people pulling my clothes off and everything. They put me on a stretcher, and they rushed me through the hallway, up the elevator, to the operating room where the Dr. Asif was waiting for me. And if it wasn't for him and the medical staff, I wouldn't be standing here now. So I just want to say I appreciate the Bayonne Hospital because they always took care of me when I had surgery and stuff. So I just want to say to everybody, thank you for your service. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, and we're glad that everything turned out well, and you're obviously in good health today. I'll right here with the mask on the end, ma'am. There, you. Yes, I'm sorry. It's a little bit.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Sheetal Sharma. I'm a podiatric surgeon throughout the CarePoint Health System, particularly at Bayonne Medical Center. Let me start off by saying that I have previously been a resident of Hudson County. I moved up here for residency training, and I am a proud graduate of the CarePoint Health System. Over the last 10 years, one of the greatest joys that I've had is learning about how Hudson County is diverse and has this great sense of community, and that's definitely apparent here in Bayonne. CarePoint Health and now BMC has played that integral role in keeping this community healthy and safe, and that was not ever more apparent than what we saw in this current COVID-19 crisis. But for a system to continue to provide the best of care, it not only requires the best of physicians, nurses, and healthcare providers, it requires financial health and financial security. The recent changes that I've seen as a practicing physician and surgeon at Bayonne Medical Center within the hospital and within the operating rooms have put in place to update and make Bayonne Medical Center a competitive and state-of-the-art facility for healthcare for its residents. Now, I have also worked at other facilities where the leaders of BMC have taken failing healthcare systems and returned financial sustainability to those respective institutions so those facilities could continue to provide care to its community. Doesn't Bayonne deserve that? For me, it's not about who runs what. It's about getting what's best for Bayonne and what's best for its residents. BMC has already shown that commitment and passion in restoring this hospital as the leader in its healthcare. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Thank you. Pam O'Donnell, 161 West 33rd Street, Bayonne. I don't know about the inside information between the city, HRH, and BMC. I really don't care, nor do I need to know. All I know is as a year-long patient in 2014, battling nasopharyngeal carcinoma, that my Dr. Iyengar now calls me an anomaly because I should not be here. I should have died. And if it wasn't for the staff, for everybody in the white masks, for all of these people that are here, I would not be here to be the only parent to my daughter because of, obviously everybody knows about the car crash. Without Bayonne Medical Center, thousands of jobs are going to be gone. Lives are going to be lost. Dr. Iyengar has a practice here for 40 years. How many cancer patients has he saved? Dr. Singh, how many of these doctors have had a presence in this community? And you are going to take that away. And for HRH to try to sell the land right out from under us during a damn pandemic, is that trustworthy? It is incredibly important. A city of this size, 66 to 70,000 people, and we need a hospital. We can't just be bussed off to Jersey City Medical Center. These people need a job. We were all together with the nurses when they went on strike a couple of years ago, and now we're just going to pull the rug right out from under them. Change your thinking. I don't know how you have to do it. Get it done. Work together. Stop the nonsense. I don't care about egos. I don't care about hurt feelings. I don't care about the political crap that's going on. People's lives are at stake. Jobs are at stake. Get it done. We elected you to get it done. I would not be here without these nurses, without these doctors, without the staff, the janitors that are sitting back there that came into my room. I lived there for a year. I called it a home for a year. Get it done and stop the nonsense. Get it done. Vote yes on eminent domain. Absolutely. Get it done.
Podium, but we're just going to take a brief pause because we need to restart our online meeting. So you can come on up, but I'm just going to ask you to hold off for one moment. Okay. Yes, please state your name.
My name is Rahima Baig. I live at 102 West 5th Street in Bayonne. One moment.
You could adjust the mic up. You could.
I can?
It's bendable.
Oh, there we go. Is that better, everyone? All right. So my name is Rahima. I live at 102 West 5th Street in Bayonne. I'm here today as a resident of Bayonne for over 12 years and a healthcare professional. I am a lab manager at Hudson Regional Hospital. So I just kind of want to start off by thanking all the city council members for all the efforts they have put into the city, from expanding the light rail to the Bayonne and Turnpike construction. So I do understand the work that is done in Bayonne is very important and very vital. So I would just like to say a few things. I just wanted you guys to know that you and I all have this same goal, which is to add further value to our city and create a community which better serves the people of our community. So in line with your vision of development and growth, the logical choice here is to allow Hudson Regional Hospital to operate the facility when CarePoint leaves. I am personally witness to the improvements made by Hudson Regional operators when they took leadership of the hospital. So I have complete confidence that under that management, we are equipped and ready to take over and make any improvements Bayonne Medical Center requires. One of the problems that I find here is that Bayonne Medical Center continues to be in limbo because CarePoint is waiting for eminent domain funding. And the resolution is this: to take eminent domain off the table and allow it to run under new management of Hudson Regional. And why is that? It's because Hudson Regional has continued providing exceptional quality care by adding equipment, state-of-the-art technology, personnel, and not only cosmetic infrastructure updates, but just everything all around to providing healthcare in Hudson County. Just before I finish off here, I just want to thank all healthcare professionals here. I know Dr. Rock and I believe her name is Mr. Wayne were stating that Bayonne residents do not need to go anywhere, whether it's Jersey City or Secaucus. I agree, because right now, whenever my family is in need of care, we either go to Hudson Regional or Jersey City if insurance is accepted there. And I just want to say to Mr. Wayne, just that Hudson Regional operators, Mr. Jan Moshi and Dr. Kafaya have already crossed that line. We already have state-of-the-art technology, personnel, doctors, everything that we need. And to the patient that spoke earlier, I just want to say I sympathize with you. And it is my understanding that under Hudson Regional Hospital management, there will be no change in any of the doctors. So your nurses, doctors like Dr. Singh would still be a part of our community, which I think is, well, sure. But I don't see any reason for them not to want to be there, because Hudson Regional has provided great care for employees. And I am witness to this also because I have worked under Meadowlands Hospital Management and Hudson Regional Hospital Management. So I've been there for long enough to see both parties. And it's my own opinion, my honest opinion, that Hudson Regional Hospital took over and made that community a better place. And it's my hope, and I urge and implore all of you to also, just ask the right questions. And, I also feel it shouldn't be a political war. It should be something that we're more concerned about serving our community. So I implore you all to just, go out of the scope of the politics and just look at the facts. And I'm witness to that because I live here and I work at Hudson Regional and I'm proud to be there. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gadecki?
Good evening, everybody. Gail Gadesky, 828 Kennedy Boulevard. I come here with the utmost respect for everyone sitting in these chairs. All of the healthcare workers, please stand for me. Healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, only healthcare. We all have the same goal. We're not changing anything. Eminent domain is unnecessary. The Bayonne Council and the zoning board has already cleared that property to be a hospital. Does everybody understand that? I don't care who runs it, just as long as it's there. Why would we lose taxpayer dollars? And I believe, if somebody can answer that question, it's like $750,000 a year.
That's correct.
Okay, $750,000 a year, and we're going to pay 95? No, probably 120, like Mr. DeMarco said. You could go low or you could go high. And guess what? It's going to go high. And it's tax dollars, our tax dollars. We just had a reval. How many people in here taxes went up? Raise your hand. Do you have more money in your pocketbook? It's a hospital. They promised, and I take people's word for their word. Nobody is going to lose their job. People's lives are going to be saved. Dr. Singh is a fine doctor, and I respect him from the bottom of my heart to the tip of my toes, and you know that, Doc. But let's be realistic here. Let's stick to the facts. A hospital is a hospital is a hospital, as long as we have a hospital. Nobody will lose their jobs. He said it. So let's take the politics out of Bayonne once and for all. This is our lives. I was born and bred in this place. I was born in that building 69 years ago. It's going to be there. I don't know what everybody is fighting about. The bottom line is side deals, politics, get rid of it. This is not the time nor the place. We lost approximately 80 people to COVID-19. How do you think they're looking at us now? Bayonne is better than this. Better than this. I am urging the council to vet and revet and vet again before making a decision. Once your decision is made, I have trust that you will do the right thing for the great city of Bayonne. I know Hudson Regional will do the right thing for the city of Bayonne. I know I take his word that the staff and the doctors will remain. You can't just go out and hire new doctors or nurses. They take an oath. Regardless of who they work for, their oath is their oath. They're here to take care of people in health need, period. Not who signs their paycheck. I don't have a bottomless purse. Some people in leadership plan on moving. I plan on staying and dying here. But if the price keeps going up and up and up, I'm going to have to go somewhere else. I don't want to do that. Think long and hard, as Mr. DeMarco said. There are other options. There are things that have to be done before the finance board approves. So please, table it. Sit down like grown adults and discuss what can we do to make this better. $750,000 a year in taxes. Ms. Mauer, $95 million. What is that? $125 more per taxpayer? Plus we're losing $750,000? Come on, people. Let's think long and hard before making this decision. Thank you for the time. Be safe, be well.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Thomas Isolini. I'm the head of the Reconstructive and Trauma Foot and Ankle Surgical Program that's been sponsored by CarePoint and previous owners for more than 30 years. Dr. Sharma, who spoke before, was one of my residents prior to graduation years ago. I just want to say something first to the people of Bayonne. I really admire this community. I really like this community. I like coming to work here in this community. The amount of energy and passion that this community has shown to save this hospital in the past is kind of nothing short of remarkable. I got to say that I was very involved with the same type of process for Hoboken University Medical Center. So I know what you guys went through. I know that when people are telling you that your fight is in vain, that this is a waste of your time and you soldier on because you understand the importance of maintaining a hospital in your community, it's admirable, and you really deserve a lot of praise for what you've been able to accomplish. I also want to say that Bayonne Hospital has become one of the sites that helps to train my residents. They also love coming to this facility. The staff is very giving. The staff is very caring. It provides another venue to put out some of the finest reconstructive and trauma foot and ankle surgeons in the country. And Bayonne is part of that, and I really appreciate that. I also want to say that I have a long relationship with these gentlemen who are part of BMC. I have that relationship because I've been on staff at multiple of their surgical centers, and in fact, I am a physician partner in one of them. These are people of integrity. They do what they say they're going to do. If they set a goal, they work towards it and they complete it. You're not given a lot of false hope and false promises. When they say they're going to make something happen, they make something happen. They have an incredibly talented leadership team. I've personally seen them turn these surgical centers around. And to be belittling about an organization that runs freestanding surgical centers in the current healthcare climate and allow those centers to become successful, that's ridiculous. That takes an incredible skill set. Surgery and the revenue that surgery produces is one of the heartbeats to keep a hospital alive. It's incredibly important. I can tell you I'm part of Hudson Pro Orthopedics, which is a multi-person orthopedic and podiatry group practicing throughout northern New Jersey, Manhattan, and Hoboken. And we have made a commitment to Bayonne Hospital. A couple of months ago, we probably did a handful of cases in this hospital. Last month, we did 40 cases or more. And we plan on continuing to do that under this management team because we believe in this hospital, we believe in this community, and we know that these are the people that get it done and do it right. They're going to provide excellent patient care. They're going to attract the right type of physician by maintaining costs and looking at costs and doing it sensibly, but making sure that they spend the money that's needed to be spent to attract the right type of physician to keep the staff happy and vibrant. And that's what's going to make the hospital succeed. The changes that have occurred just over the last couple of months here in terms of surgical volume, you speak loudly to their ability to do this and pull this off. So, you know, from my point of view, this is the right management team to manage this hospital. And it's not lost on me that they did enter into an agreement to buy the operations of this hospital and then had another entity swoop underneath them to buy the property to try to put a roadblock in their way. It's completely a financially driven decision. So, you know, they were here at the beginning. They were here. They were able to forge an agreement with CarePoint to manage this hospital. They've been doing it well, and they will do it even far better if they have full and long-term control of the management of this hospital. And I think that is the direction that the hospital and the community should be moving in. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaShanti, do we have anybody online that has a hand raised? I want to give them a chance to speak also.
We do. We do. Just one moment.
No, wait for Alicia. She's checking.
I just want to make sure you can hear me, and hopefully this will work. Jean Perry, you're up next to ask a question. However, you are self-muted. If you can unmute, we should be able to hear you, and you can ask your question. Jean has left the meeting. We will try the next hand raised. Rob Allen, I have you listed with your hand raised. However, you don't have a mic option. Please try to sign out of the meeting and sign back in. Council President, if you have anyone else in the audience, and then come back to me, I should have a question ready.
Sure, Mr. Morris.
You guys.
Good evening, council members. My name is Michael Morris, 123 Avenue C, Bayonne, New Jersey. I stand before you this evening in support of CarePoint and Bayonne Medical Center regarding this financial issue. Most importantly, first of all, I was born there. In January of 2015, I endured emergency open heart surgery, not once, but twice in 2 days, which amounted to nearly 20 hours of surgery.
During the second surgery, I literally died on the operating table, not once, but 3 times, and suffered a stroke. After waking up from the surgery, I was completely paralyzed. Wasn't able to communicate with anyone. I couldn't move my hands or my legs or do anything for myself that normal people would do. If not for this hospital, the doctors, the nurses, the aides, and the physical therapists there, I today would totally be wheelchair bound for the rest of my life. Due to the dedication of these professional individuals, I stand before you today, and I am able to communicate this to all of you. I spent nearly 7 months at Care Point, receiving the best of care from these dedicated professionals. And that is one of the key reasons that I support this bond issue. I know it's expensive. I know people don't like it, but that is my own personal opinion. I'm forever thankful for all of these doctors for saving my life. Because in the beginning, when I was brought there was no hope for me. The doctors in the emergency room told me they didn't expect me to live more than 4 hours. Well, I beat the odds. I beat the odds because the doctors in the emergency room realized that I would never make it over the Turnpike Bridge to Beth Israel in Newark. So they in turn went and sought special permission to have the surgeons from Newark Beth Israel come to Bayonne Hospital with the machinery needed to perform the open heart surgery that I needed so desperately. Again, I'm very thankful for that. What one needs to understand is that there is no value on someone's life that you can amount to in a monetary fashion, especially a child's. One can never, ever get that back, especially a parent who, God forbid, if their child does die because of some injury and the hospital wasn't here, they have to live with that for the rest of their lives. That's an unbearable burden for any parent to ever have to endure. So I ask you this, please keep this in mind when evaluating and voting on this issue. This just isn't a yes or no vote here, and then we all go home and go on with our lives. This will have an everlasting effect on everyone in this fast-growing town if this issue is rejected. Keep in mind that once we lose our hospital, that we will never get it back. Can't happen. So I leave you all with these thoughts to ponder tonight and in the future. Thank you for your time.
I'm going to interject here for a minute because based on the comments that I'm hearing, I think I might ask Mr. DeMarco to come back up and explain this process a little bit. We're not here and we don't have the power to decide who operates this hospital. We're here to decide a land issue. I'm hearing, I want this operator, that operator. In the event that eminent domain, and this is why I'm asking Mr. DeMarco to come back up, it is my belief, Mr. DeMarco, that if the city did go down an eminent domain path, the operator of the hospital would go through a bid process. There's no guarantee. It could be somebody that's not even present in this room. There is an official bid or RFP process, a request for proposal, and then there's an authority that would have to be formed, and they would vet and then ultimately decide.
You're half correct, right?
Okay.
So there are, it's better than being half wrong, right?
Okay.
Trying to be nice.
Okay.
So the
that's why we have
that's
you
why
as
I'm
the
a lawyer.
professional.
That's why I'm a lawyer. You're right, though. All you're really deciding is who owns the property, not what happens inside of it, not, who works inside of it, not any of that. What the process you're beginning is to change the name on the deed to the city of Bayonne. Technically, the improvement authority, where the city of Bayonne would be the receiver of that after the debt was paid. But that's it. Who operates it and how you get to pick an operator is a whole other story. We're not at that chapter yet, right? You would, once you took possession of it, if the city continued and was successful through eminent domain, you would then have to figure out who was your tenant, right? It's no different than an apartment building, a commercial, renting your room, right? You have to go through a process. Unfortunately, you're not a private entity where you can just pick anyone, right? As a municipality, there are certain processes that you're going to need to vet. You can use the hospital authority as a venue or as an agency to do that process for you. Then there's a whole other little level in there called the state of New Jersey. I can't open a hospital tomorrow, right? If I was a doctor and I wanted to, I can't. I have to get licensed by the state. So the state has to conduct their own process, not because they don't trust you, but it's not every day that the municipality picks a hospital provider, right? There is a state Department of Health, and they ensure the license and the requirements and make sure everything is in place. So there is no, eviction of any tenant or anything of that nature by the city's occupancy, right? But there's also no guarantee of how you select that tenant, right? We haven't gone down that process, or I haven't started any of those discussions because that would be way too premature at this juncture.
Okay, I just wanted to, only because I kind of get the feeling that people thought we were deciding that based on the comments I was hearing, and I'm always glad to hear about people's good experience. Sure.
Similar
Martin
to,
in the back, and Ms. O'Donnell and
I mean, similar to the need for the local finance board's approval on your action.
Yes.
Your selection of a tenant would also come under review by the state in terms
Okay.
of.
So, but we are not deciding that. We're
You're not even
deciding a
close to
land
that.
issue.
We're-
A land issue today, and I will just go on the record because I'm hearing people have fears of there not being a hospital here in town. This council, I speak for all of us, I'm sure that we are 100% committed to there being a hospital in Bayonne and being a hospital at 29th Street and Avenue E. That is our agenda and that is our ultimate goal. So, you can rest assured that that is the goal of this council, and that is what we intend to achieve. But with that being said, I'm going to continue on with our public speaking. Okay. Oh, you already spoke. So you had your hand raised, no? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay. Right there with the blue jacket. Oh, nope, not sorry, doctor. The gentleman behind you with the bright blue jacket.
Good evening. My name is Vincent Fedor, 653 Avenue C. I worked at Bayonne Medical Center for 30 years in radiology. And so I just have a few questions. Let me take the mask down. One is, the whole time we were working there, really until kind of like the modern age, we never thought of the hospital and property as kind of this schism. It was just kind of the hospital or the medical center. When did it become an issue in Bayonne that there was actually a property issue? Was it when it was nonprofit? Was that not on the table? Why does it seem like it's a new thing?
I can't speak to when the property was sold. Do we know? Mr. DeMarco, do you know that?
So we never thought about the fact that there was a hospital and its property. We never really realized that there was a kind of a separate aspect to that. So in the past, when it was a nonprofit, is that why we never thought about there being a difference with the property, or am I just reading into that? Sure.
So I think the difference is you never cared about it when it was the same entity. All right, so when CarePort owns the hospital and owns the land, there is no landlord-tenant relationship. It's like owning your own house, right? So you don't really care about that. What has happened though, during CarePort's ownership, that land was transferred to a REIT, a healthcare REIT, right, which is a bigger entity, and the land and hospital operations separated. You would only know that if you really dug into the deeds and understood the finances. Walking into the hospital, you wouldn't know. It's like walking into, San Vito's and not knowing that he sold the building. Doesn't make a difference, right? If you're still getting the same quality pizza, right? So you never cared about it. Why it's an issue now is because you have an operator and then a new landowner came in who also wants to be the owner and the operator. And that's where the conflict now arises, right? So you have a tenant who has no land rights, and you have an owner with land rights who doesn't want the tenant. That's as easy as I can say it.
So essentially, it was always the same owner for property and building in the past.
But they would say.
Got you. My other question is, what is the precedent in New Jersey for a municipality to be doing eminent domain for a hospital?
I'll have Mr. DeMarco, but I can only speak for the one that I know about. Hoboken went down that path where the city of Hoboken got into the hospital business. And I don't think anyone in this room who is aware of it would say it was anything other than disastrous. It was 100% disastrous. A city is not equipped to run a hospital, and I don't think anyone believes the city should run a hospital. I'm not a brain surgeon. I'm not going to try to do it. You know what I'm saying? We don't know how to operate a hospital, and we should not be running the hospital. That is my firm belief. I don't know how my councils feel, if anyone feels differently. Yeah.
Thank you, folks.
Okay, we have a question online that is in the chat from a resident. So I'm going to ask Ms. LaShanti if she'll please read that into the record, and we'll see if we can get an answer.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
In the chat, we have Paul Guevara. What would it mean if eminent domain is adopted?
Mr. DeMarco, do you want to just answer that professionally? Because what does it mean if eminent domain is adopted?
If the ordinances are adopted, right? I'm going to change the question a little. If the ordinances are adopted, you are then providing the guarantee to the improvement authority that they need to begin the eminent domain process. I think that was the question. But if the question was, what happens when the judge approves eminent domain at the end of the line, if that's where we wind up, essentially the city would get title and we would go down the process you just had me describe, where you would try to ascertain the best quality operator as now the landlord of the property. You would ascertain how to get the license and make sure it's operated by the best operator.
And we're ownership, meaning, and we start paying that bond back. The bond is our response. I mean, obviously, we intend to pass it on and collect from the tenant, but when we say we take ownership and we get to pick up a bidder, we're also then we are responsible for the note.
The goal and the belief, which has been expressed by BMC and other people, would be that your tenant would pay sufficient rent to the city, more than enough and adequate enough to cover all bond payment expenses and everything to that date. There may be a gap in that where you might have to post and the bond may get issued before you take ownership. So interest may start accruing and payments may need to be met. I'll leave that to bond counsel, but there may be a period of time where you can then seek recoupment or reimbursement from the tenant. But the belief and the goal and the understanding is that whoever, should the city be successful its eminent domain, whoever ultimately is the occupier of the property would enter into a separate agreement with the city wherein it was pretty much looked like the agreement of the lease that you have with the improvement authority.
Can I ask a question? And then what would happen, like now? So we're in this situation because an operator wanted to pull out, right? Wanted to leave, right? So
You're in
can't
this-
find- so if the city takes ownership and there's no, no guarantee that whoever's there doesn't go that same way and say, we no longer want to operate a hospital. What becomes of the city? What's our responsibility and our liability?
So you can always try to find a replacement, right? So it's very difficult to close a hospital in the state of New Jersey, right? It's not like any other commercial entity, right? The state's not going to let you leave a service hole within a community. They're just not going to let you do it. That being said, it doesn't mean that a hospital can't default on loans or make payments or not necessarily operate. So we're now getting down the path of what ifs, which become very difficult for me to at this point really.
Okay. Thank you.
Give you a solid answer, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask that we only talk when we're at the podium, please.
So,
Ms. Lashanti, is there any follow-up or any further questions online?
There is no follow-up to that question. However, the next question is from Mark Radko. What about the $136 million federal relief money given to Hudson County? $39 million for Bayonne. Source is Bayonne Community News from April 1st, 2021. Why a need for a ludicrous $100 million?
Okay, I'm not sure what the.
So I think the referral is to CARES money. Unfortunately, the federal government limited CARES money to certain specific things. Acquisition of land was not one of them, right? It was designed to really support businesses, industries, PPE, testing, vaccinations and of that nature. You would have conceivably not been able to do any of that testing or vaccines in Hudson County that CARES money paid and would have just put it towards a hospital. I don't think the federal government would have approved that.
Okay, I'll go back to the audience, the live audience, who wish to speak. The lady all the way in the back, or gentleman, I really can't see. I just see a shadow. You're in the darks. Oh, there we go.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Barbara May. I used to work in Clarepoint for 41 years. Plus, I was a patient. I was a patient 2 years ago, and they saved my life. If that hospital should go, what is going to happen to the people that are sick? Where are they going to turn to? This hospital's for family and everybody. They took care of everybody. They were above and beyond. And I was a pain in the ass patient, and they were for me all the way and for the community, left and right, and they saved my life. If it wasn't for them 2 years ago, I wouldn't be here. Plus, there was one nurse here. My brother was in special needs. She went out of her way to see my brother in the ER. He died anyways, but she went off duty to see my brother, which I'll never forget. That means a lot to this community. So please leave this hospital alone. Leave it as is. Everybody, you need something in Bayonne. I mean, where are people going to go? Where will I go if, they saved me? And I like to volunteer sometimes and see patients there and all. It's about patients, community, and everybody in Bayonne. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, yes, over there. Should I have more speakers or text them?
Can I pull my mask down? Are you guys okay with that?
You can take your mask off.
Thank you. So my name is Crystal Lopez. I am a resident at 80 West 45th Street, Bayonne, New Jersey. I've been a resident for 20 years and a former employee at Bayonne Medical Center. And now I'm an employee at Hudson Regional Hospital. I have a diverse perspective on this considered use of eminent domain. The most important criteria in this discussion is the general welfare of the community. The quality of healthcare in Bayonne is completely linked to the general welfare and the rationale for the constitutional use of eminent domain. While the general welfare of this community is the driver for this measure, the proposed ordinance does not define how the operator for the hospital will be selected. More troubling talk around town is that it will be BMC Hospital LLC, a new company with no experience. There could not be more important variable in this general welfare discussion than the quality of the healthcare provider, and that is most evident in what we see happening at Bayonne Medical Center right now. I personally have seen the difference between CarePoint, which wants to sell, and Hudson Regional, who wants to buy, where I work now. I personally would not be a patient at Bayonne Medical Center under the current operator, nor would I bring my parents, my children, to Bayonne Medical Center. Indeed, one simply needs to conduct a cursory scan of the components on social media. We can see how many people have lost confidence in the hospital and or are downright angry at its service provided and the condition of the facility. In contrast, I would invite and encourage each and every individual in this room and the member of the community to take a tour at Hudson Regional Hospital to see the marked difference between these two facilities. I trust the leadership so much so that I have brought my parents, my children, and myself to have all been patients at Hudson Regional Hospital over the past year. During COVID, my father, positive, and now well and healthy. I am confident they have the capacity and the capability of bringing those same skills, talents, and leadership to the healthcare at Bayonne Medical Center. As a credentialed quality control executive, I am deeply proud of what we have created at Hudson Regional Hospital. And I am confident we will do more of the same at Bayonne Medical Center. Factoring the financial uncertainty eminent domain brings at this challenging economic time, and knowing firsthand the quality care and hospital provides, it just doesn't make sense to risk taking away $100 million from both my family and the community at this time. I am opposed to the ordinance, and I hope that you all will join myself and my family and the community in voting no on this proposed measure. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Ms. LaShante, do you have another question?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
One moment. This question comes in from Devin Tierney. Does HRH want to purchase the land and the hospital, and Bayonne wants eminent domain on the land? Would there be a possibility for Bayonne to take bids on projects other than hospitals if possible? Or would they be contractually obligated to only take bids for hospitals? What is the benefit of Bayonne purchasing the land over HRH?
Yeah, HRH, Mr. DeMarco, because HRH owns the hospital, so HRH is not looking to purchase the hospital.
Yeah, correct. The current landowner of property is HRH. So there is no need for them to purchase it or acquire it. What is being discussed today is the city acquiring it from HRH.
You could see if he has a follow-up, Alicia. In the meantime, I'll ask, I'm just going to let everyone know there are a lot of people who haven't had a chance to speak, and people will speak one at a time. Yes, ma'am. We will get to everyone.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Alicia Monte, and I live at 11 East 39th Street here in Bayonne. Let's say I purchased the house in 2007, the height of the market. And may I say, is the first time my house have worth more than I purchased back then, which is a great thing. However, my taxes, I pay $12,000 a year on property taxes. I barely have any property. I am not going to pay any more than I have to. So when I say Bayonne Hospital, I have been there. I was not a patient, but I passed through. In March, I fainted. I had COVID, and I got there. They barely looked after me. Actually, I fell on the ground, and somebody had to come and say, hey. And I didn't even go into the hospital. I stayed out in a little tent, which I understand it was the pandemic going on there. A little x-ray thing on my chest. I got a bill for $20,000. Now, the time I have moved here, and I'm in a gym, I'm very active in the neighborhood, and every time I mention Bayonne Hospital, stay away from you guys. It's a joke. They rather die than go there. That's not nice. My husband and I are not from Bayonne. We're not from New Jersey. But I want a hospital that I can be proud of. A hospital that I can take my children. If you look around, improvement is happening here in Bayonne. Finally, things are moving to the positive side. So I think the hospital really need an upgrade. It needs a change. I understand. I actually work at Hudson Regional Hospital in dietary. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I'm very proud of it.
Excuse me,
I
can we
am.
just be a
Thank
little
you.
bit respectful of
Thank
everyone
you.
else? You get your turn to speak.
Thanks.
Let's show courtesy.
Anyways, thank you so much. I am I see the improvement at my workplace. I'm not just taking up. I'm not doing that, but I do need to see a change to the Bayonne Hospital. And I'm not paying another penny to preserve a hospital that right now is failing the community. So I'd rather see a hospital come in and I don't pay any more money towards it. So please, I'm not paying another penny. Just get the proper hospital in to deal with it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to let the gentleman back there with, you behind Sue Kavanaugh, yeah.
My name is Chester Nagowski. I live in 91 West 42nd Street. And again, we're here to talk about the land. We're not here to talk about people going to the hospital. But after that young lady just spoke about Bayonne Hospital, I find it appalling. I was just in a hospital. I was very sick, and Bayonne Hospital saved me this year. 2 years ago, it saved me. Okay, again, we're not here to talk about that. But to be a resident of Bayonne and to not Bayonne Hospital, I can't stand here and not preserve Bayonne Hospital. We have great leadership, and yes, my wife does work for Bayonne Hospital. So if anybody wants to say that, I'll say it publicly. My wife is getting ready to retire from Bayonne Hospital. She's been 30-something years there. And this hospital, these men and women that are working for in this hospital, there's nothing wrong with the hospital. Do we need the same people that run the hospital not to worry about it being taken away from them. Somebody saying, okay, we want to sell the hospital property. We're going to make a condo at it. Goodbye hospital. All right. Again, I'm only up here to say that everyone that works in Bayonne Hospital are dedicated. The doctors are dedicated. Dr. Wang, Dr. Deduces, all these doctors are fabulous. And for that lady to say that because she works in Seacork is, well, I'm sorry. There's no better hospital than Bayonne Hospital.
The gentleman all the way in the back. Oh, no, he's coming all the way. Oh, you want to take somebody while you work your way up. That's good. Sue Kavanaugh. One I recognize with a mask on.
Good evening, Council President and City Council and the rest of you. Good to see everybody. I would like to say thank you to the BMC employees and to the administration for stepping up to the plate when we needed it during Hurricane Sandy, during 9/11, and now more recently during COVID-19. We know how difficult it was to get any help. You know how difficult it was to get help from the outside. We are Bayonne strong. We did this together. Eminent domain to me means that we are in charge of our own destiny. I think that 13 years ago, when I was a baby nurse at the hospital, and we, my fellow nurses, staff members, were actually buying diapers for the patients, buying socks for the patients, buying medical supplies for the patients as the doors were about to be shuttered. And we got saved at the last minute by one of your council members, Gary LaPalooza. At that time, helped us and stepped up to the plate and agreed to bond from the city so we can stay open. And that's when CarePoint came in. And that's when things changed. And over the last year, Mayor Davis has done a phenomenal job with the COVID task force, the health department. I am now a community health nurse. I am happy to say that I do work for the city of Bayonne, but I'm here as a resident. I live on East 31st Street. My kids were raised here. My family lives here. I totally support eminent domain and us being in charge of our own destiny and us bringing in who we want. And I have total faith in all of you that you will pick the right people to run that facility, to help pay for that facility. And Ms. Gadetsky, I just want to say that it's like owning a house.
I'm sorry, you can't address comments to
okay.
other
I'm
members.
sorry.
Just all your comments come to.
Well, I am in total support of Bayonne LLC. We've worked with them for over the last year. They've been a part of the team with Dr. Singh. Thank you so much for everything you've done in partnering with the city of Bayonne, with Mayor Davis. You've gotten us through a very difficult time. Half of you may not even be here after COVID-19 hit us. The extreme measures that we took during that time, in partnership with Bayonne Hospital, is the reason why a lot of us are here today. It was a huge effort. We have vaccinated over 42,000 people. We did that. We all did that together because we were in charge of our own destiny. And that's what I would ask for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Solari, if you could make your way up now. Again, I'd just like to reiterate that we are not here to choose the operator. You know, that's not, we don't have the ability to do that.
Thank you, Council President. Dave Solari. I never knew that Hudson Regional owned the property. I thought CarePoint always owned it. Originally, I thought Bayonne Hospital owned it, went way back in the day. So I don't know how this all came about. But you go along and doctors would say, McCabe's, when he started off in 1973, nobody could shine his shoes, the ambulance service of Bayonne, not even Jersey City Medical Center. All right, we have the best. And if you don't remember, back, I think it was Mayor Collins wanted to get rid of them. Wanted to get rid of McCabe's. What, were we nuts? Now we're fighting over who wants to be owner of the hospital. Now, I just had a conversation about a half hour with HR, and they're not looking to get rid of anybody at a CarePoint. So what are we fighting for? What are we fighting for? Number two, I'm a taxpayer. We're going to take over the hospital. We're going to take the land and lose tax dollars. I'm sick and tired of paying high taxes. A lot of these doctors don't live in Bayonne. Okay? A lot of them don't. Yes, our nurses live in Bayonne. Yeah, they're the ones that keep us going, are our nurses. And I'm going to tell you as we go along with our nurses and the staff there. But let's find out what we want to do. We have to really think about, do we want to take 700, and I think that's what they said, $750,000 off the tax lien, and then we're liable, the taxpayers? I'm getting sick and tired of this. I mean, we're paying abatements and everything now that we're not going to see until 30 years from now. I'll be dead by then.
Hopefully not.
No, I'll be dead. Believe me when I tell you. Okay? I'm just, now I want to get back to my thing with CarePoint. Okay? Since 2012, Sandy came. Okay? I had a lot of health problems after. With my one foot, Dr. Dawkins was my doctor. Then she went to CarePoint, and then she left CarePoint, and she had to retire because she wasn't allowed to do her practice here anymore. All right? That was 2012. And I was in and out of the hospital from 2012 to 2020. I was in the hospital almost every month of being in the hospital. And you know what? These nurses are the ones that should be patted on the back. All right? The nurses are the ones that come to your room. How you doing? How you feeling? I mean, there was times that nurses came in, are you all right? I never had to bother them because they're busy doing something else. And we're going to fight over who owns the land and who wants to be this, and the city's going to look to take this now. Let's stop it. Okay? Just recently, January, I was hit with COVID. Okay? And I waited too long. My oxygen dropped. McCabe's came, took me, oxygen, right to the hospital. I thought it was over. I really did. But you know what? I got to the hospital. They worked on me. And they did what they had to do. They gave me a startup bag. The doctor even said to me, what made you wait? I said, you know what, doc? You can't fix stupid. You just can't. Because I thought I could do it on my own. You know, I really thought I could do it, and I didn't. Dr. Pikowski would say to me, Dave, I told you. I said, Doc, I know. But I was living in the hospital that at one point I wrote a sign. I said, Dave's condo. Because I was living in there. The nurses, after a while, the nurses knew you by your name. You're here again? You know, that's what you want. Carol, I don't even want to say Carol, Mrs. Cruden would come in. You're here again? You're here? Yeah. And Mrs. Cruden knows me since I was a kid in grammar school. I went to school with her kids. All right? So, I mean, the doctors are all going to fight and say, this is what they're doing. Let's stop it. So After COVID, I got the clean bill of health. I was on crutches for 2 years. 2 years. Okay? Third floor, I was in the hyperbaric chamber for 95 days straight. I prayed for a holiday so I didn't have to go. McCabe had the best service, picking you up at the house, taking you there, because I had no transportation. And they were doing it. You know, people think, you know, we have to think what we're doing. I'm not against HR owning the property or CarePoint want to take it. Doctors gotta stop. Let's stop. Let's all get together. Let's be friends. You know, I mean, we weren't friends in the beginning when you guys became the new council, did we? We didn't get along. But you know what? We get along now. We get along now. Why? Because we all have to work together. And this is what we're doing now. Jay Coffey, I had to throw him a ball one time underhand to hit a home run. But that was okay. You know, he's still my friend today. Only joking, Jay. You know.
How much did Jay pay you to say that?
No. Mayor Coffey's a good guy. Believe me when I tell you. But honestly, after COVID, I was thinking in the hospital saying, am I going to make this? But I came out of it. It wasn't easy. It took a while. You know, the breathing is still a little, but it's getting there. But I'm just here to say is we have to think what we're doing. Let's just stop all this and work together. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to declare you're better. You know what? I'm going to take one more speaker and then we're just going to pause for a 5-minute bio break. Mr. Franco, you could be our final speaker. Send us off into our break. We might need one after this.
All right, I just want to start off by thanking all the healthcare professionals and for your extraordinary efforts over the past 16 months. All right, excuse me. Good evening, City Council members and everybody in the audience and those folks watching at home. How many people pay their own bills in this room? Probably everybody, right? I'm pretty sure everybody pays their own bills. So you paid your mortgage payment, your property tax payment, your water bill, your rent. So why can't CarePoint pay its rent? You know, this ultimately, and just to reiterate, so that everybody's clear, because, you know, the council president had repeated this several times. If the council votes no on this agenda item, we won't lose the hospital. It'll remain as a hospital. Zoning guarantees this. The city council and Hudson Regional are committed to keeping it a hospital. But if they vote yes, the taxpayers and generations of families in Bayonne are going to be saddled with $100 million of debt, ultimately bailing out CarePoint, a company that was recently caught charging residents for COVID vaccine. In 2013 and 2016, principal owners of CarePoint Health set up shell companies to pull more than $157 million in management fees. This past year, CarePoint recorded its highest earnings in many decades. And after a year of extraordinary profit, CarePoint is somehow financially and organizationally in trouble, defaulting on its lease as a result of its own greed. My thought or assumption would be if you polled Bayonne residents to approve this ordinance or to vote it down, an overwhelming amount of people would be against this. Why would, and I heard this earlier, and it was really, really interesting. Hudson Regional seemed to go above and beyond what the mayor was asking, met all the mayor's demands. So why would the mayor go back on his word with Hudson Regional after they came to an agreement and they were ultimately going to be the owner operator and end this nonsense of who's running the hospital, who owns the land, who owns the drywall? You know, so they met every wish, and the mayor somehow stopped taking their calls. Everybody in Bayonne knows what it is. It's not what you know, it's who you know. And if you're close with the mayor, you stand a very good chance to get a job at the city, a job at the county, or a job at the Board of Ed, and also Bayonne Medical Center. Now, over the years, CarePoint Health has been an ally to local politicians, helping to fund their campaigns and keeping them in power. Politicians just like Mayor Jimmy Davis. So for the mayor, this is about preserving political power. But the worst part about it is that he's willing to saddle the taxpayers, you guys, the ones that voted for him, with $100 million in new debt for absolutely no reason. So while the mayor is in favor of this ordinance, it's our individually elected city council that has the final say. I want to thank the council president for having the courage to publicly speak out against the use of eminent domain and protecting the taxpayers. This ordinance was introduced last month, and it's up for final passage tonight. And I would like to ask our council, how many meetings have you had to discuss this, and what reports have you looked at to view, ultimately come to your decision on what you'll vote? Has there been any meetings? Have you been informed as to what's going on?
As I spoke earlier, I'll speak, I'll answer. I don't know if my colleagues will. Have we had a meeting? No, I had no official meeting on this process. I personally have not been involved in any. I have received, as I publicly stated, letters from HRH, but that was only in the last, started on May 3rd, the first email, just a letter of their intent. And then another one later on to give us an update on a meeting that they had, which was the first meeting they had in a year since the May before. And then yesterday, I received another, on the 10th, another email. By the way, that email came to me and I distributed it to all. That was from this process. I mean, there was a time when I will say there was meetings I was involved in when before HRH owned the property, and it was owned by Eisenreich, and that I was involved in those meetings. We all came to a press conference on the lawn. All the council people, or a number of us that could make it, and we were in favor of saving Bayonne Medical Center, and because that landowner wanted to make it not a hospital, he wanted to convert it into long-term nursing home, basically. And we recognize, and we still recognize today, that we need that to be a functioning acute care center hospital. And that's the extent of any information I have received. I did have conversations in the last week or two with Jim Flynn from who represents Bayonne Medical Center, who offered to answer any questions I had. And I did have conversations with Adam Alonso from HRH, again, just wanting to keep us informed because when this came on the agenda, they asked us, if we had any questions. I told them I'll take all the information I can get because I really had very limited at that point, and that's the information I have. I don't know, Mr. Carroll, have you had any meetings?
Given that there's pending.
You could turn it. Your mic's not on. Flip it on. There's a switch. No, there's a switch on top.
I'm good now? Okay. I think the council president put it pretty succinctly of the information that we were provided, especially provided by her. Given that there's pending litigation going on between all parties, I don't think it was responsible or for me, I'll speak for myself, to release any public statement for or against what's going on. When the time comes to vote, I think that's the moment that we should release our opinion.
Anybody else from the city council?
Juan? Nobody?
I think the council president answered as far as a meeting as a group, but I've had several individual meetings with some of the people that are in local government, some of the people that are supposed to advise us. So I did not go into this just blindly.
Okay, final question. So what is intrinsically, that makes BMC better if they aren't licensed and HRH is?
Again, Mr. Franco, I'm going to reiterate this. I know you completely understand it. We are not here to decide who's the operator, who's the better operator. We're here to decide whether there's a need for the city to take ownership of a piece of property. And And the premise put forth is that we need to do that to ensure it's a hospital. The current owner is giving us assurances that they will keep, and they're willing to go through deed restrictions and to, again, ensure it stays a hospital for the foreseeable future, because the only way, if there is a deed restriction and the zoning that we put in place, the only way that it could become not a hospital would be through municipal action again. It would have to come back before a municipal council, and they'd have to remove the deed restriction, and the zoning laws would have to be changed. So that is ultimately, we're not here to decide who's better. And like I said, if eminent domain does go through, we cannot even guarantee it's any of the providers in the room. It goes to an RFP process, and then it's a qualified provider, and you don't know what the qualifications they're going to be required. And like Mr. DeMarco said, and again, we can make a recommendation, but ultimately it's up to the state to decide who gets the operating license for the city.
Thank you.
We are going to take a 5-minute recess right now. We'll be back in 5 minutes and continue this. Thank you. Turn your mics off, please.
Okay, we're all good.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good evening. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I'm going to speak as an ombudsman. I've been a witness to what has been happening at Bayonne. I'm here. This is my 38th year of practice in one facility. Either I have to be terribly good or I must be a good con artist. So you have to realize I've been here for a long time. I've seen 5 administrations come and go. Some of them are carpetbaggers. Some of them are genuine people. I know the hospital has gone through 2 very difficult times. Yes, there were some mistakes made. Yes, there were some monies swindled out of the hospital. Having said that, as a silent witness, as a practicing physician, even though I'm on staff at medical center, I do not go to any other hospital. My patients know it. I have patients coming from down the shore, outside the state to see me. I'm very proud of that. So the hospital is only 4 walls. Walls don't make hospitals. Doctors make hospitals. So if you ask me what the most ominous sign that I see ahead of me, it depends on who is going to operate the hospital. So currently, the song and dance that I'm hearing is these people are going to come, you don't have to pay anything, they're going to run the hospital. Ask them what experience they have. Some of the people who spoke today were at this hospital, and I know what they did at Bayonne. They destroyed it. That's what exactly happened. And through thick and thin, because I believe in the people of Bayonne, I could be also a carpetbagger, walked away from here. I could have gone to St. Barnabas. Even now, those people want me to go. I could have gone anywhere, but I chose to stay here because I feel, and somebody asked me that question, I do pay taxes in Bayonne, even though I may not live here. I spend 14 hours a day, Monday through Saturday, sometimes even Sundays at the hospital. Ask the people, they'll tell you. Having said this, I have been a witness to what is happening. So the core values that you have to look for is who is going to eventually run the hospital. And that's a very important question you have to ask yourself. Price on life cannot be placed. It's priceless. So this money that you're talking about, the taxes that are going to have to be borne by the citizens, it's going to be actually paid by the tenant. If they post bonds, the people are going to invest in it. They're going to make interest on it. It's like the turnpike bonds. It can be done. So it is the people have to take the onus of running the fate of the hospital, not having somebody come and, it can happen. Big hospitals, they buy smaller hospitals and they close the hospitals. I saw that with my own eyes. I saw what happened to Irvington General Hospital. I saw what happened in Belleville. West Hudson Hospital closed, bought and closed, became a nursing home. So you don't want that to happen to Bayonne. Bayonne is now a city that is actually on the rise. It's going to be the next Brooklyn, even better than Jersey City. So one of the important things that people have to realize is people in Bayonne, and I had a patient who said that very appropriately, you cannot take the Bayonne out of me. That's what she told. She eventually passed away. So that's when she went to very many hospitals. She chose to come back to Bayonne. So the only thing I can tell you is the ominous thing is ask yourself the question, if somebody is going to say, I'm going to buy the hospital, I own the land, ask the question, who do they represent? What do they mean? What experience do they have? Do they have any experience in, as far as cancer management concerned? I can speak with authority because I'm a cancer physician. And I don't have to tell you what my reputation is. You can look it up on Google. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, this gentleman over here, but again, I want to reiterate that we are committed to ensuring there's a hospital in town. That's the intent of everyone up here. And we are not deciding on who's running the hospital. We do not have the authority to do that.
Good evening, everybody, council, residents. Thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. My name is George Waters, 201 Prospect Avenue. I would like, if you don't mind, ask a question to audience. How many of you?
I just ask that you just jerk your questions this way. Okay. You can ask them.
Sorry. How many of you came here today by yourself or in response to a text message that I received and I came here to respond to? And how many of you here on your own, not affiliated or associated with any of the parties here? Just a few people, right? Thank you. How many of you think that taxes in Bayonne are high? What do you say if your taxes are going to double or triple within the next 3 to 5 years? What would you say? Would you be happy? Well, let's take a look at a few numbers, right? We're looking at $95 million just to get a ticket. We're going to get into it. We don't know how much more investment will take to get the hospital running. Maybe there will be more renovations or investments required. We don't know what will be the cost of operationship. So let's take a look. Somebody said it's going to be roughly 120 million. And I think that's about right. I would actually personally go higher. So what's going to happen if the hospital does not perform, like Councilwoman mentioned, experience in Hoboken? I appreciate that. So how we ensure that it's not going to be fate of Bayonne Hospital? We can't, right? So we're taking a gamble, we're taking a risk. If we look at the numbers, we're talking about, let's go low, right? $95 million. And we're talking about $750,000 annually in return. That makes it over 100 years to pay off this investment. If you talk to any financial advisor, guess what they're going to say? If I may ask a question to any of the council members, how many of you would put your own $100 million into something that would take over 100 years to repay?
I wish I had 100 million. I don't have it, so I really can't imagine it.
Good answer. Thank you.
But no.
But hypothetically speaking, you had it. Would you?
No, I wouldn't consider that a good return on investment.
It's a very poor return on investment. It's around 0.5%, which no financial investor would advise you on doing. If we talk about benefits, right? Let's look at next aspect of that deal, right? If the deal goes through and City of Bayonne starts owning and running and managing, and again, I'm not getting into the question who's going to manage it. I understood, but let's ask a few questions. Are residents of Bayonne going to benefit from that acquisition in any way? Are they going to get a free care? Are they going to become a shareholders of that hospital? I think the answer is no, right? Right. But what's going to happen if something goes wrong? Like we heard opinions from current owners, right? We heard opinions from gentlemen who was representing a company who's basically taking distressed properties, turn them around, make them profitable again, right? So current owner failed it. Landlord failed it. I'm not saying they failed it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. They said it didn't work out, right? Company, that's professional company, who's I'm sure very successful, very experienced in that domain, right? They tried to turn around, it didn't work out. Who's there to say that City of Bayonne will be able to pull it out? There's no guarantees, right? But one thing is for certain, if the deal goes through and the hospital does not survive, guess who's going to be paying the bill We will. Our taxes are high enough already. In a year or two, they're going to be doubled. In another 3 to 5 years, they could be even tripled, right? And it's not exaggeration. That's how things work. So thank you.
Thank you. I think you spoke already, so let me just have somebody give somebody else a chance. Mr. Smith?
Good evening, everyone. My name's Ed Smith, 12 Roosevelt Terrace, Bayonne. Hello, everybody up there. I know everybody. We work from time to time. So I came here tonight for one reason, and that was just to gather information. I didn't come here for or against anybody, but I do realize that we're not here to pick an operator. We're here only to talk about who's going to purchase the land, who's going to be the owner of the land. So now, if the city of Bayonne gets that as eminent domain, so am I correct in saying that $750,000 rate will be right off the table?
Yeah, we wouldn't be charging ourselves income tax, but I mean, real estate tax, but I also believe the intent is that we would roll that into the payment of the bond.
Okay.
And so if the bond, I mean, into the lease agreement.
Right.
If the.
So like a triple net, they would pay it.
That is the intent. We would put it in there, and as long as they don't default, we
Right.
should be whole on that.
Okay, and I do understand that. I also understand that not necessarily the hospital licensees here would be even considered. It could be someone totally different.
That is correct.
Okay, so now, without a crystal ball, suppose things go bad, and you've heard from a couple of different people how hospitals just, they go. They don't provide the proper service, and people don't go to them for whatever reason. I'm not for or against anybody in particular. But so now, if a hospital does go into default, does that mean in actuality that the city now has to pay the service debt on that 95 million, whatever
Yes.
the number is? So that would be.
Yes, the city, the second agreement here is saying that we're taking on the liability of the note. And yes, we would have to pay that debt service. And that would be through tax revenue.
That's why I came here, because I didn't have any of that information. So it is possible.
Yeah, we're the guarantor, so.
Pardon me?
We are the guarantor.
Right, so even though it's not guaranteed that that would happen, but it is possible that the new operator of the hospital, with the city owning the property, we could be in for a boatload of money left for the taxpayers to handle. Is that correct?
That is a risk you take being a guarantor. We're a guarantor. So it's like, if you co-sign with your child for a loan and they default,
right.
Well, you got to pay the bill.
Well, basically that's my whole question. I'm probably one of the only few people here tonight that stuck to the topic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to get people who haven't had a chance to speak yet. Did you speak? No? Okay. I know you spoke. So before I go around, I'll get over here. I think I have a few more people that want to speak. And we'll go to online next, Alicia. So have something queued up.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. George Ramirez, 397 Avenue C. I've been going to Bayonne Medical Center once a week for the past 6 years to treat a chronic ailment. I can only speak to the wound care center, the wound care clinic within the medical center. The treatment that I have received is and has been excellent. Eminent domain is important because it sets the precedent that if someone comes in and threatens to change the medical center from an acute care center to something else, that the city has the right to step in and stop it. This is not Hoboken. What happened in Hoboken, nobody wanted to operate the Hoboken Hospital. Here we have I believe we do have two genuinely sincere groups of parties. As you stated, we're not here to decide winners or losers, and how this is framed when we go outside, I think is very important. So vote yes on eminent domain. And please consider creating a proclamation stating what you said, that this is only initiating the possibility of an open bid process. Thank you.
Ms. LaShanti, do we have anybody online? I know we had a few questions going into break.
Yes, there's a question from Michael Embrick. Mr. DeMarco stated that the state of New Jersey won't allow a gap in coverage like the one that would occur if Bayonne Hospital closed. Therefore, there is no need to burden the taxpayers of Bayonne with $750,000 a year in corporate welfare. It's more of a comment than a question.
Okay. Anything else, Ms.
Yes.
LaShanti?
From Sarah Vargas. My name is Sarah Vargas. I reside at 44 West 47th Street. I was born and raised in Bayonne, and I am against the eminent domain ordinance. As it stands, I do not seek any medical care in Bayonne. I seek hospitals and services outside of Bayonne in more modern facilities. I have not heard any convincing argument as to why HRH should not keep ownership of this land. HRH has shown they can turn around an underperforming hospital and upgrade it with state-of-the-art equipment and facilities as they did in Secaucus. As HRH has stated, they plan to keep the current staff and will invest in the hospital and its facilities. I am in favor of letting HRH keep ownership of the land so that they can transform the hospital into something we can be proud of.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'll take somebody from the audience. Start right here on the front.
Patrick McManus, 97 West 29th.
Sorry, I didn't even recognize you. You took your mask off.
So I'm an EMT. I've taken people to both hospitals, to Secaucus. I've also worked southern Bergen County, so I've taken people to Secaucus. No offense to the HRH people, but that hospital we would bring our drunks to, like, because we want to go back to sleep. Like EMTs were constantly being woken up, so we'd bring like our drunk people there. But then in 2018, when new people came in, they fixed a lot of things up. A lot of people I know that worked there or that worked with there have seen like a total 180. When I worked in Bayonne, I've had a lot of people go to both hospitals. There's people who go to both. They go to Jersey City Medical Center, they go to Bayonne Hospital. What I noticed with Bayonne Hospital, a lot of people were like, I do not want to go to Bayonne Hospital. Like, I don't want to go there. They would always opt to go to Jersey City. Nobody really said, like, I hate Jersey City, take me to Bayonne. That was just my understanding of that. So I'm an EMT, but during the whole COVID thing, somebody hit the ambulance. I got hit in the head. So maybe you guys can reiterate some stuff for me, because, you know, the hit to the head may not get me to understand stuff, but we're going to take out we're going to be a guarantor for a bond so we can buy the land.
Yes.
Okay.
This ordinance is this part of it is to be the guarantor on a $95 million bond.
Basically.
To buy the land.
A loan, basically.
Yes.
So that loan, they're saying they can cover that with rent. That's what I'm understanding from people talking. Yes. But currently the current people there, they're in like eviction court or something. So that kind of like puts that into jeopardy, or we don't know.
I understand.
So I just like to say, like, as somebody who does pay taxes and somebody who owns the land already, and proven that they're not going to shut down a hospital. They own a hospital. They turned around a hospital. They put a lot of money into a hospital, and they already own the land. Why do we have to take out a loan to buy land that they own and run a hospital for? I don't know if somebody can like understand that, or why we're even talking about that.
That's why we're here.
Right.
So Well, you
So I
know, to
just kind of,
determine that.
I'm just trying to simplify it in my head, and it just seems like total waste of time because they own the land and they run a hospital, and we want a hospital to stay there. So I'm just kind of confused that we're talking about this, like they're going to shut it down and we need to keep a hospital. They run hospitals and they own the land. They just want to run another hospital. And we don't have to take on a loan and have a note, because eventually if somebody does go into eviction court again, we're on the hook for that note, right? The city, or we are as the
Well,
people.
yes, the
The
tax.
city is on the hook for that note. So I don't know. I don't want that in contention. Not to say that the new people won't, pay, but if there isn't even a possibility, it makes more sense to go with the people who already own the land and run a hospital and just want to run another one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see. All the way in the back, and then I'll get to know you'll next. It's went all the way to the back.
Good evening. My name is Karad Karod, 15 Warren Street, Jersey City, New Jersey. My wife is Dr. Rocky Patel. Unfortunately, she could not be here. She works at 34th and Avenue E. I've had a lot of experience working with the leadership of both hospitals. Dr. Kafaya and I were colleagues. I know Dr. Singh and the Bayonne facility work very well. First, let me say there's so many people who fought COVID who are on both sides of the camp this evening, and really from Hudson Regional's end and Bayonne's end, you guys deserve a round of applause because you've done tremendous job with COVID. I was the chief operating officer at Jersey City Medical Center. I was fortunate enough to receive $250,000 from the Madeline Dina LaRae Foundation to create a women's center while I was chief operating officer at Jersey City. And one of the things that I think brings us here today is the fact that this council, this mayor, allowed Barnabas to come in and set up a satellite emergency room in your town. Okay, I'm a graduate of Johns Hopkins Public Health. I believe in population health management. And one of the things that you have to consider when you're looking at your real estate here is the fact of how many licensed beds you actually need in this town. You have a satellite emergency room that you allowed to come into your town. You took the license away, by the way, and I disagree with Mr. DeMarco. Hospitals can close. Greenville Hospital closed. You took the license of Greenville Hospital to create a satellite emergency room in Bayonne, which both Dr. Kafaya and Dr. Singh and I fought, and this town still let it happen. So that's the reason why we're here, okay? The second thing I want to say is that if this town really wants to have an opportunity to control the real estate, you can declare a blight. You can have a developer take over the real estate and issue bonds and let the developer re-look at the real estate that's there. And maybe there is a need for subacute care facility. There is a need for a medical village. There is not a need for 300 licensed beds, even at the height of COVID. That was not needed. It's not needed. We're not in 1800s anymore. We have to move towards a population health management focus, including McCabe's, who are already thinking around the lines of hospital and home. They've already had those types of thought processes. Medicare is already allowing that to happen. We need to look at this facility in a different way. Okay, you can't look at this in the traditional hospital way and say this is a real estate play and this is what we're going to do. I implore you to think about population health management. Think about the right number of emergency room beds that you need in your town. Think about the right number of inpatient beds that you need in town. Think about the subacute. Your population is also aging. You are going to need subacute care facilities. So let's just think about this in a much more global way and don't let the politics come in. Think about what you've already done, what organizations you've let come in, the responsibilities that those organizations have, and the lies that they told to this council and the mayor about what they were going to do if Bayonne was going to close. So let's think about everything in retrospect. That wasn't too long ago, right? That was only a couple of years ago that we all were at the ribbon cutting. I wasn't, but you all were. So let's just remember that and think about the people of Bayonne. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other speakers over there? Anybody? You already all spoke. Is there anybody, oh yeah, sorry, I missed you. I'll let you know. We want to get everyone enough time and I have to go back to online and be cognizant.
Oh, hi, can you hear me? How's that?
That's good.
My name is Ann DePietro. I'm on West 49th Street. I've been here about 5 years, and one of the reasons why I moved to Bayonne was the fact that we had a hospital. So I'm glad that this is still, an ongoing issue. However, life is all about the numbers, and people who know me know that's how I get through life. And when you talk about, numbers, there's risk that has to be assessed as well. I am thrilled that these doctors want to make the improvements. It will help property values. It will help the community. It's critical. We have, we're taking on a risk here that needs to be considered when we think about whether or not we want to engage in this. It is just a lot of money. Now, one doctor said that, this will increase property values. Well, tax dollars that we pay decrease property values. So there's two sides to absolutely everything. And I would ask that the board consider the risk, not just the dollar value, when they make their decisions. Let me just make sure that I have everything here. We are also, someone talked about eminent domain is giving us controlling our destiny. We're not controlling our destiny. We're controlling our destiny if we were taking over the entire hospital and we would have say. We are not controlling our destiny. If something happens to that hospital, we're stuck with a piece of land that isn't going to be easily filled. We need to also consider that when we make our decisions. So I petition the board to assess not only the dollar portion of this, but the risk that goes along with it, because there is risk. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Ms. LaShanti, is there any other comments online?
Not at this time.
Anybody else in the audience who hasn't spoken already? Okay, sir. I don't think you spoke. I think everyone else has spoken.
How you guys doing? I'm going to keep this short and sweet. Name is Roman. I'm not a Bayonne resident, so nobody shoot me over here, please. I'm just telling you as it is. Councilman.
Can you give your address anyway, or?
Sure, I can give you my address. It's 22 Fordham Valley Street. If you're ever in Long Island, come swing by, say hi.
There you go.
Council presidents, councilmen, a couple things I wanted to say. I'm going to keep it very sweet. A lot of people here that were saying from both parties and both sides. The reality is very simple. I mean, the domain, it's a yes or no. It's a simple question. It's either you do it or you don't do it. And if you do it, what happens after that? If you don't do it, what goes on, right? It's very simple. I think that the best decision would be to say yes. And the only reason I'm saying that, yeah, I'm here, I have a Bayonne thing. So obviously if I have to choose sides, the side would be, but I mean, the domain is very important. And the reason is I say yes is because it's simple. Let the town, let the people that are not here or are here qualify properly. Let them come up, let it go through eminent domain, let that process go through, and then let people bid on it that are qualified. Bayonne, maybe the BMC group or Hudson HRA, they might not be the ones that will be the ones that are qualified because they're just in the mix of it right now. People were talking earlier before saying, oh, one group was worse and they didn't do this, or I worked over here and I would rather die than go to Bayonne. I mean, look, we all have skeletons in our closet. If we all go through Google and we all search the histories of, who got what and what happened with, some people got HIV positive and they had to go through a whole thing. Some people went that route. And, you guys know what I'm talking about. I don't have to go into detail for it. At the end of the day, I think it's the best that you guys could go that route. Eminent domain is something that needs to be done. The answer is yes, it should be. Let you guys have it. It's $750,000, which is equivalent to what, like $10, $11 a month on top of people's taxes here. $95 million. It might not even be 95 million. It'll probably be less. Everybody influxes it up. It'll probably be a lot less. Again, it's $10, $11, but you're getting a quality group to run it. You're going to get ownership of the town. I mean, I think that's probably the best decision. Again, I'm not the most political, so you guys know what you guys are doing. That's why you guys are up there and we're down here. But if my vote counted from Long Island, I guess my answer would be yes. But thank you guys for your time. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Did I see a hand all the way back there? No. Okay, I don't see anybody else. Ms. Desmond, is your hand up? You're the gentleman in front of you, a little tall. Couldn't see, no, I couldn't see your hand.
Mary Jane Desmond, 187 West 24th Street, Bayonne. I've sat where you are.
You did.
I've been a public official at both municipal and county level. I was the managed care director at Meadowlands and Christ. I worked at Jersey City Medical Center for Carodi. I have a background in finance. And this is such a complicated, moving target, but it's not. I don't think anybody gains anything by coming in and criticizing Bayonne Medical Center for their care. You can do a lot when you have money. But when Dr. Iyengar said it well, when the carpetbaggers that were running it, which is not CarePoint, it's doing business as CarePoint, it was IJK, LG, OPCO, whatever the heck. That was the problem with Bayonne Medical. The doctors, the nurses, every level of staffing, they're generally community people and very much committed. So I just wanted to clarify, you don't gain any respect or brownie points for criticizing our hospital. But we're not here for that. I clearly heard you give us directives. And I am going to try not to repeat what others have said. Eminent domain, it's a very cavalier attitude to tell us we should probably do that because it's simple. We live here. We take on the risk. We pay it back. You go back to New York. So sorry, sir, it doesn't influence me in the right way. What does is my children, grandchildren, possibly great-grandchildren having to pay this back should anything go wrong. There are no guarantees with eminent domain. But I am not going to go through the litany things I've written all night and all week. I will just say this to the council. You have not been involved at the right level of conversation. You have not been given financials, things to peruse, something to help you formulate a question. This is happening in the front office. It's not right. Even if the mayor took you in one by one and sat and let you have the conversation, ask your questions or provide your concerns to help him also formulate an opinion, I would have much more respect for the process. You are good people. I know you'll do the right job. The job is table this, find out much more about the risk you are even thinking of taking. This should go no further tonight. Good luck.
Thank you. I know there are two people that are asking to speak again. Unless you have something to say that has not been already said tonight, I'm going to ask you not to speak again because we've heard it, we understand, and we comprehend. And, you know, in respect for the rest of the agenda and people that are here, if you don't have something new to add, we're not going to let you speak again. Oh, Mr. Bob Kavanaugh, I'm sorry. He did not speak. He is with BMC, but he's also a resident.
Right. And that's, thank you, Council President. And that's why I rise. I'm speaking as a resident. I live at 31 East 31st Street, but I'm speaking also because I have a infinite knowledge of what's taken place at this hospital, going back to 2007, 2008. At that time, the hospital was in bankruptcy. And Mayor Doria at the time called me and asked me to get on the board as his appointee because he said, we have to save that. I don't care what you got to do, but you got to save that hospital. It cannot get sold in bankruptcy. They're going to close it. I said, okay. So I got on the board with the help of doctors in Bayonne Medical Center and other members of the community that were on the board that had the wherewithal and obviously the courage to make the moves that were necessary to oust the existing board, and so that we could take it over. We placed Ruth Dugan in as the president. I became the treasurer, and the purpose was that we were going to then take control of the bankruptcy matter. Every month we were under a receivership whereby I had to actually sit down with the receiver, and we couldn't spend more than $539,000 a day. Some days it was $602,000. And that's why you heard my wife say the nurses and staff at the hospital were buying supplies to fund to keep the hospital going. It was an all hands on deck matter that was going on there. And at the courthouse, Gary LaPalooza will remember this distinctly. We were going to the court every single month and for about a year. And every month we were in threat of closing. And it finally had come down to October 2027. It was October 2007. It was October 23rd to be exact. And we were there, and I asked the council members of the city to be at the courthouse because Judge Stern had told us we were either going to have the money to save the hospital at that hearing or he was closing it. The state, and we've heard a lot about the state here and what they'll do with the hospital. The state was at the courthouse and they were standing there with Christ Hospital. And Christ, their CEO at the time, was standing in the hallway poised to go into the court and tell the judge that he didn't have to worry about the hospital closing. Christ Hospital was poised to go in and take over and make sure that the residents of Bayonne would be taken care of and their care would be taken care of. And what that meant was they were going to be transporting people to Christ Hospital because why? Christ Hospital was on a financial distress themselves. I'm telling you all this history because I want you to understand where I'm going with all this. It came down to, we had to ask the city because the governor at the time, Corzine, he basically screwed us. We were supposed to get $6.8 million on the 23rd that we were going to go into court, and that would have kept the hospital open and allowed us to move forward and actually save it. They came to the meeting and they told us at the courthouse they were only giving us $2.8 million, which was the charity care they owed us. And they took the other $6 million back and they said they weren't giving it to us, which was basically the death knell. I walked out in the hallway. Gary and Tony Chiapone at the time heard me yelling at the governor's council. I went out, they asked me what was wrong. I told them, if we don't come up with $6 million in like 10 minutes, we're done. They got on the phone with Terrence Malloy and spoke to him and the other council members, and they agreed to bond for $6 million. The city of Bayonne stepped up to the plate at that point and bonded for $6 million. Now, here was the wrinkle to that. We could not, we had to go and tell them, the council and the people of the city, because we had a big meeting, we had to have a just like you're doing tonight. We had to go in and have a meeting on it. So they went in, went and told Judge Stern that the city was going to bond for $6 million and that we needed more time. He gave us 6 weeks to get it done. We went and we bonded. And at the hearing, just like this, we had to tell the public, you're bonding for $6 million and we can't guarantee you getting paid back, because we didn't even have the situation you have where there are tenants ready to go in and promise all these payments and everything. But the bottom line was Bayonne needed to keep a hospital. If you recall, 2001, 9/11, we were a peninsula. They shut down the turnpike. They shut down the Bayonne Bridge. They shut down 440. We were on our own. And if that time did not tell us abundantly clear that we had to have a hospital here at all times, nothing else did. And we went through Sandy. Then we went through COVID. The bottom line is this. In 2008, we wanted to create the authority that you did. We wanted the city to do that, and we wanted the doctors in the hospital, because they were trying to come up with the money to take it over themselves at that time. But because we were under the gun with the bankruptcy court, we didn't have that option. And I apologize for this. We had to sell that hospital to IKG, and Mary Jane gave me the alphabet again, Vivek and those people. I wasn't happy about selling it to them, but truthfully, they were the only game in town. And if we didn't sell it to them, Christ Hospital was getting that hospital. And I'll tell you right now, we wouldn't have a hospital right now. We would have lost a lot more than what we did. So the point I'm making is you already created the authority. That was a good move. That was a first move. What you need to do now is pass this ordinance. Go do the full faith and credit and back up the bond that the county is going to do, and take control of that land, take control of that hospital once and for all, and then have that authority find the right operator to run that hospital and make sure that bond gets paid. Now, I just want to say one more thing about the bonding, because I do eminent domain and I know it well. The reason the bond is for $95 million is because the county is not going to get themselves caught short either. No, even when you bond, any municipality does. You always bond for more than you need, because when the final appraisal comes in, or the final settlement, the final decision that's made either through a settlement or through the court making a decision, you always want to make sure you got a cushion to make sure you cover that. The property that hospital sits on is probably worth somewhere between, I would say, $45 million and $55 million tops. So the $95 million that's being bonded, yeah, they're putting in a double cushion. They're putting in a cushion to make sure it can be covered. But trust me, that property is not worth $95 million. Nobody's going to pay $95 million for it, and the court isn't going to make you pay $95 million for it. But do the right thing. Pass this ordinance, take over that property, institute that authority, the hospital authority, and let's make sure that we end this game once and for all. Bayonne needs to have a hospital. We need to control it. And that's the smartest thing we can do as a citizenry, as all of us that live here. That's all I wanted to say.
I'm gonna let the gentleman who had his hand raised, you can come back up. He said he had something different to say. Mike put his hand down. I guess you were saying something that.
Thank you. Yeah, just the balancing act of sharing the mic just threw me, so I didn't get the closing remarks. I just really urge the council to table this. We need more education as a population. It's kind of a nebulous idea of people are associating it with the building and not the property. And I really urge reporters that are here in this room and not in this room to objectively report on this to educate the population.
Ms. Shanti, do you have anything further online?
No, we do not, Council President.
Okay, Mr. Morris, and then we'll have one other speaker. And then I will go back to our,
Good evening, Mike Morris, 123 Avenue C, Bayonne. First of all, I'd like a clarification on a statement that was made by one of the previous speakers regarding the Barnabas Center. Am I correct in saying that this particular facility was approved under the Smith administration and not the Davis administration?
the building was approved under, the building was built under the Smith administration. It came half and half. It was started and it completed when we were in office, but the building was already, the deal was made and approved under the Smith administration. It came to fruition in the beginning of the Davis administration.
Well, that should be reflected in the record then, because that was a total misstatement. Next.
There were a lot of misstatements tonight, Mike.
I understand that, but I do keep track, as you know. So now my next question is, I've read in some online media postings that the HCIA is involved in this transaction to some degree, or proposed transaction. So if they are, my question is, what percentage of this funding are they assuming alongside with the city of Bayonne? Are they in it for the long haul, or is this just something that they're doing short term? Is there any liability on their part?
No, there's no liability. They're bonding for it, but we are the guarantor. So they are actually going out because they can, I believe it's because they can actually get better rates than us. And then, but we 100% own that debt. So they're bonding on our behalf because they can get better rates.
So in reality, are they taking a second position in this, even though we are assuming full liability for this?
Mr.
Or
DeMarco,
are they just doing this out of goodwill on their part?
No, they're not doing it at Goodwill. They were approached and asked to get involved.
They are the bank with a guarantee, and not your normal guarantee, on a salary or something, it's guaranteed backed by the taxpayer. So should the city default on it, they would then have the rights. Like, cities don't default because there's no tax base, which so that's why the guarantee is necessary for.
Well, it seems like an unusual transaction then, because even most mortgage companies in good business practice wouldn't allow that to happen. But thank you for your time.
Welcome to government.
Thank you.
Ms. Desmond, I'll let you be the last speaker, I believe, and then we will allow the principals or the interested parties to have a final closing statement.
In 2006, it was actually Donna Benjamin.
Yes.
Who started the Save the Bayonne Hospital, Bayonne Medical Center Coalition. I chaired it. There was a lot of us involved. Circumstances were far different, and 6 million is a whole lot different than 95 or 100 million. The point is, you deserve the benefit of having them go through an entire on camera so the rest of us can watch it, whether it's in person or not, but the whole bonding piece to educate people before a decision's made. You haven't even been able to ask questions about it. I urge you again, table it. You have a lot of responsibility in this decision and its consequences. And 60 some odd thousand people dependent on you. You answer to us, God bless you, not to the front office and not to anyone else who's outside the purview of your constituency. So please table it.
Thank you.
Council President, can I ask a question to?
Oh, yes, sure. Ms. Matthews is our the city VA. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. DeMarco, put you on the spot. I just had a question about the eminent domain process. are we able to condemn the land and not, like, I'm assuming it has to go through a condemnation process, right? That's how they do the eminent domain?
You would condemn the land only, the process,
Okay.
and you would, if there was a leaseholder in it, a tenant, you would get the land subject to that leaseholder at the time.
Okay.
Right. So, and then you would be subject to whatever lease agreement that came with the land. It's really for the building and the land and not for what's going on inside the building.
Okay. And then are there tests that have to be proven to be able to go through that? Do we have to prove a need test if we have two competing? How does that?
So it's anticipated, right? Just based on how the parties have lined up. The process will, again, just to say one more time, you have to have a first meeting, a good faith negotiation meeting. So as this moves forward, or if it moves forward, we would sit, the improvement authority, probably myself on behalf of the city, maybe someone else, and make an offer to the landowner. If that offer is rejected or you can't come to a good faith agreement, then you file court proceedings on it. But you have to have that first initial step. There may be a challenge to the legality or need base, to your point, as to the landowner may say there is really no basis in law, or the facts don't support the need for the eminent domain.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask just to have one speaker from each organization. So we'll go in reverse order. BMC, someone want to make closing remarks and address any concerns you may have heard?
Thank you, Council President. As you know, my name is Jim Flynn. And in addition to having the privilege of representing BMC here, I'm a resident of the city of Bayonne. I want to again thank the council and the council president for the time they've devoted to this, and the mayor for his support of the process. In terms of things that need to be addressed, there are a lot. Council president referred just a second ago that there were many misstatements. I'm not going to go through them all, although being a lawyer, I got lots of notes. I'm going to avoid that. What I'm going to emphasize are some of the important points that came out despite the efforts of some and despite the misstatements. One of them is that the $750,000 estimated tax is and will be covered by the lease. That's the intent of the city, and that's part of the guarantee that my clients have made as to that issue. So that's just not an issue. The city is not getting a $750,000 hole if they proceed to eminent domain. Next, there was some talk here about thinking not only about the money, but about the risk. I endorse that approach 100%. You don't need to think of this as a $95 million issue when you look at the fact, as Mr. Kavanaugh said, that the process at the county is to overestimate the value and the possible debt. The land here is not going to exceed $95 million. And I would venture to guess it's not even going to get to 2/3 of that. So that's just, again, a non-issue. And when you look at the concept of risk, think about the likelihood of such a default. There is no basis to think that we would likely default. And if we were to default, yes, there would be a responsibility that the city might have, but it would also be the property owner. If the property stays in private hands and there's a default, you're going to be again subject to the bankruptcy court and its whims rather than to your own control. And you won't have to rush into a council vote that, Councilman LaPalooza had to basically stand up for the rest of the council and their faith in him quickly through the phone and things like that. That can be avoided if you have an established and orderly process. There were statements here tonight and there were statements in the newspaper this week and in press releases that what is wanted is a negotiated resolution. The only step that mandates as part of the process that a negotiation take place is a vote yes on eminent domain. Mr. DeMarco just said that. It's the first step. There is a negotiation. If you do not vote yes on eminent domain, there is nothing that HRH needs to do or needs to promise. Once you vote no on it, they don't have to do anything. They've not signed any contract or made any guarantee to that effect. So I think that's an important consideration as well. There were many other misstatements. I've heard, discussions today, and as I promised a few minutes ago, I'm not going to get into those. I didn't speak as a citizen during the public session. It's hard for me to separate my role as counsel from my role as a citizen. That's the beauty of my belief in BMC. I've known these gentlemen, I've represented them for a number of years, and before they had any interest in BMC. In fact, it was a communication between me and some of my partners in my law firm who I was working with in representing them in other matters that first got them to start to think about it. And look, as an attorney, I took an oath. We heard a lot about oaths today. I take an oath to represent them to the best of my ability. But beyond that, as a citizen of Bayonne and as a parent, I made a promise to myself a long time ago that I was always going to make the best decisions for my children and my family. And when I think about the city of Bayonne, my definition of family is pretty expansive. I would not bring these gentlemen here, represent them in the way I have, and believe in the promises they've made if I didn't generally believe that personally, having nothing to do with my oath as an attorney. As to the hospital, you've heard lots of things. I know the community, I know the hospital. I've been hospitalized there myself on a few occasions as a child and as an adult. I was there with my father when he passed away way too young. And I was there to watch my mother give practically her whole working life to that institution. This is not a task that I take lightly. And I would suggest that the council would do well, because the best path to the best resolution that gives you the most options is to vote yes on eminent domain. Again, thank you for your time, and thank you for the privilege of representing you.
Dr. Singh, is it going to be you again for BM's, I'm sorry, for CarePoint?
I just want to thank you, Council President, and the entire City Council for first taking our time today to listen to each and every aspects of the discussion. And I just want to make sure I reiterate the final point that CarePoint Health, Bayonne Medical Center, and BMC Hospital LLC are committed to driving the progress, the success of our hospital in our community going forward. And I would reiterate that the council please consider to vote yes for eminent domain ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And HRH?
Again, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I'm not going to diverge into a lot of different avenues here, but I think there are a couple of things that need to be made very clear. Number one is, yes, I have worked at CarePoint in the past as an executive, but I've also worked as an emergency medicine physician in the ER before that sharp turn and started getting more involved in administration. No one here has taken anything away from the hospital or the employees of the hospital, whether it's the physicians, the nurses, any of the staff at that hospital. I think it's a great hospital. I've worked alongside Dr. Singh and others in the past, and I understand the capabilities of that hospital, and I appreciate it, and no one here is taking away anything from that. A couple of things. I'm not an attorney. I'm not going to speak as in a very complex way as the gentleman before me in terms of some of the matters at hand here. But simply put, a couple of things here. Number one, in the past, when Mr. Moshe bought the old Meadowlands Hospital, He realized very quickly, because he really didn't own the land either. He purchased the operations, realized that in order for him, excuse me, to be able to control what happens in that facility, in order for him to be able to invest at the level that he wanted to invest, he needed to purchase the real estate, which he did very, very quickly. In contrast, CarePoint, and thank you, Mr. DeMarco, because you pointed that earlier, owned the real estate at the beginning, and they very quickly sold the real estate, losing control over what would happen in the future. Then they took the next step, which is to sign a contract with another entity, outsiders, bring them in here, put conditions in the publicly available APA, where there's a requirement for eminent domain to proceed. Putting this hospital, putting this institution and putting this city in a significant amount of strain. How does that make any sense? They're talking about all the complicated levels here of trying to decipher how to look at the bond issue and the eminent domain issue and taxes and rolling the taxes into the rent payments and all these different things, assuming that they're going to be able to maintain this hospital in business. Why are we even talking about that? This is the doing of someone who ran this hospital system into the ground, then selected someone else to bring him here, then looked at the public, the residents of this city, to finance their process. It makes no sense. We have said over and over again, and we've put this in writing, that we are willing, as the landlord of Bayonne Medical Center, to negotiate and put things in place that will stabilize this hospital, make sure it continues to function as an acute care facility, make sure that we put the investment that's needed to bring it to a level where it's supposed to be, that it deserves, and the residents of this city deserve, with whatever process that needs to be put in place to monitor that we are doing the right things here for the future to come, so that this hospital can stay in business for the next 100 years. I seem to fail to see where the issue is here. You would have bragged about you being a better operator versus someone else being a better operator. I agree with you. We're not here to decide that. The issue at hand is you have a landlord that owns this hospital. You also have the ability here to decide that you don't want to put this burden on the residents of the city. Very simple. Why complicate this whole situation? I think part of your job here tonight, is to say no to eminent domain, because it does not make any sense. The residents of this town, regardless of all the complicated financial analysis that some of the people here want to talk about and pretend that they understand better than anybody else, it's a very simple situation. Do not put the stress of lending money to someone else to come in here and operate the system when you don't have to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to ask Mr. DeMarco a question. Thank you. Because I actually meant to exit in the very beginning and I forgot.
This meeting's over before I can go to wall checks. I'd be very happy, but I know it closed, but it's nostalgia talking, but go ahead.
So in your, your expert appearing, you are here representing the city. You're more versed at the options. In your opinion, have we properly, are there other options available to the city to ensure that we have a hospital operating for the foreseeable future other than eminent domain?
Well, I think the question really is in addition to eminent domain.
In addition to eminent domain.
Right, so there's a range, right? And each one of them have various degrees and each one of them have various benefits or strengths, all right, costs and weaknesses and things of that nature. Zoning would be at the beginning end or the lightest end, which on behalf of the city, I did draft an ordinance probably, I think about a year and a half ago, where we rezoned that block and lot. We created an H1 zone is how it's listed, which is a hospital zone. It really limits the uses of that property going forward. Not to say that a zoning board or someone couldn't come and make an argument, need, or things of that nature. But that, it's an obstacle, right? They need permission to change its use. So that's in place. The other end, right, which is at the complete end, is ownership, right? Eminent domain gives you ownership. With ownership always becomes ultimate control. In the middle of that are things like deed restrictions, right? There's a lot of properties that the city transfers or people transfer to each other. For example, BCB Bank is selling a piece of property in town, and BCB Bank is putting a deed restriction on that to the person they're selling it to, saying, we don't want another bank there. You can buy it, but we don't want the competition, right? So that's control over, limits the use of the property. So you can put a deed restriction, you know, if the current landowner wished or consented to it, which could limit the use of that property going forward to just be a hospital, right? And then that becomes a whole harder process to undo that restriction, right? You can have things like right to first roof, things of that nature that become more contract, more debatable, right? Depending on how well it gets drafted, do they age well, is there a change in law? But what that does is it would have allowed, so if there was a right of first refusal at the point in time when CarePoint owned it, HRH couldn't just come in and buy it without the city being notified and given the option to them buy it, right? And that option to buy it doesn't mean you have to buy it. That option means you can phrase it in such a way that you have the option to buy it or to direct it to another seller, right? But you're subject to the price. So there's always the fear. Someone comes in, you get a straw man, inflates the bid, and you're right of first refusal. I mean, each one of those things have their issues, but there are other tools available in the chest other than eminent domain. And prior to eminent domain is also a fair length agreement negotiation, as Mr. Flynn said, where, you know, you do get ownership without going to court.
Okay. Does any other council members have, Mr. La Palusa has, you're still on.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
No, I have a statement to make,
Sure.
but I'm sorry.
I was not finished. Does anyone have a question for Mr. La? We're finished with public comment. We have a question. Any other council members have any questions for Mr. DeMarco? So I'm hearing there's a lot of things. Has the city, all these options that are available, has the city, because I'm not aware that we have, I think Ms. Desmond kind of hit on something saying that maybe we don't have all the information we need. So I'm doing my best to get it. Has the city gone and investigated or any of these other options? Have we investigated any other options to besides eminent domain?
I haven't been involved in that. The one option that I was involved in, as I stated, was the ordinance change, right? So
Well, yes, we all voted on that. We're all well aware of that.
So, but that is one option that we did explore. With regards to conversations, I think HRH made comments that there have been limited conversations about those such things. So I don't believe, I may be wrong, but I was not a party to them. I don't believe those options were explored.
Mr. Coffey?
I may be wrong with that, but I know I wasn't
Mr. Coffey, are
involved.
you aware of any?
I'm not aware of any other attempts to look for other options, no.
Thank you. No, public hearing, we're going to make a motion now because if we let one person speak, everyone's going to have to speak. And it's just public comment and it's really not a question and answer. It's for us to ask questions.
Yeah. I would like to make a statement.
I'm going to ask, exactly. We'll have statements from, well, want to take a vote to close the hearing, public hearing, and then we'll have statements from the council.
Take a motion to close the public portion of the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
And on the motion to close, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye. Allow the council, Councilman La Palusa has a comment.
Yes. I am the only sitting councilman right here that was also a councilman the last time we went through this process in 2008, 2009. What I remember most about participating in the negotiations and bankruptcy court proceedings back then is the feeling of helplessness because the city of Bayonne was at the mercy of the hospital operators. We were negotiating from the point of desperation. Sometimes taking someone's word is just not enough. But weeks and weeks would go by as proposed solutions to the problem will be negotiated. And time after time after time, these solutions would go up in flames when it came time for people to put their signatures on the paper. Back then, the city of Bayonne had little or no leverage in the negotiations. The deal that was struck back then was supposed to solve the Bayonne Hospital problem. But it obviously wasn't solved because a little more than a decade later, we're back here. I find myself in the same seat, facing the same issues, facing the same uncertainty. Only this time, by proposing eminent domain action, we have figured out a way to give the city a little bit of leverage in the negotiations with hospital operators. There's no easy answers to this problem, and given the uncertainty about how healthcare is going to be in the next 10 years, there are probably no permanent guarantees that anybody can offer to the residents, especially in this great city of ours. I do know three things. The people of Bayonne want an acute care hospital. They need an acute care hospital. And the pandemic proved both of these things. Most of you know what the pandemic did to my family. It was just a little more than a year ago that both my wife and my mother-in-law passed away within 4 days of each other. And I was very happy that when the ambulance that I called took my wife, that was the last time I saw her, but I was happy they were going to 30th Street and not somewhere else. The question before us, what are we willing to do to meet this need? What are we willing to allow for another short-term solution that doesn't involve input on the part of the city? Are we willing to spend the money to follow through on an eminent domain action so that we give the city as much leverage as possible in ensuring that we have a long-term solution? Are we willing to allow for a one-option scenario like the one proposed by HRH, which might be the best option? I don't know at this point. Or are we willing to take the choice and the chance and explore other potential options so we can make a smart, educated decision? I want to hear, we heard from the public today, but I want to hear from a little more from our bond counsel, HRH. I want to hear from BMC Surgicorps, the financial analysts, other potential hospital operators, if they're out there. I want to hear from the HCIA, the local finance board, the hospital workers, the special legal counsel, Mr. DeMarco. You can weigh all these things out and give me the pros and cons of every available approach. I need to hear a lot more information. And having been through this process before, I can tell you there's no easy answers to anything the hospitals continue concerning the hospital's continued viability. There's no easy answers at all. We don't have enough details right now to vote for or against eminent domain tonight. Let's get all the facts in first. Let's trust that the public will be best served by being told all the facts first also. I don't think we have given the public enough information for them to really understand what is actually going on. If we vote on these ordinances tonight and they don't pass, then we stop the eminent domain process in its tracks, and we would have to restart the whole process from the beginning if the negotiations fail. If we table the vote, then we continue negotiating and continue with the eminent domain process. We can always terminate the eminent domain process at a later date if the negotiations are successful. And I think that by continuing on both paths at the same time, the city retains some leverage in connection with the negotiations. And rather than vote on this tonight, I would make a motion to table this ordinance.
Mr.
I would like to second that motion, but I want to say.
Yeah.
On the motion to table, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Before I vote, I would just like to say I agree with Councilman LaPalooza that we don't have enough information, and I think it should be tabled. I'm not certain that It should be tabled, the vote should be tabled. I think I would feel comfortable, and we've already voted, but before I got to speak, but, because Gary made a motion, but, that if we took eminent domain off the table, because I believe it's difficult, eminent domain starting the process is sending this piece of paper back before us again. That's all it is. And 1 extra month of meeting, because it would have to be introduced and then go to a second reading, because I'm not sure that there's a fair negotiation and all parties involved are going to negotiate in the same manner as they would without eminent domain hanging over the heads. I don't think it's a fair and open negotiation. I don't think all parties are then compelled to be fair participants if the threat of eminent domain is sitting there. But this has passed already, it carried. But I do agree it needs to be tabled. I just wish it wasn't with the threat of eminent domain, because this council needs to be provided a lot more information. When the city brings something like this, there should be some information along with it. So I vote aye.
And ordinance has been tabled.
So do we even have to, we have to read the second one? Okay.
Okay. 03 is an ordinance of the city of Bayonne, state of New Jersey, authorizing the guarantee of the payment of the principal and interest of not to exceed 95 million of the aggregate principal amount of the city's guaranteed lease revenue bonds. It was introduced at a meeting, it passed first reading at a meeting held April 14, 2021, was published in the Jersey Journal and posted on the bulletin board as required by law, with notice that it would be further considered for final passage following a public hearing at this meeting of May 12th, and is now before the council before its consideration and a public hearing. And resolution moved by the council as a whole, giving the ordinance second reading. And on the resolution for second reading, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
Second reading is by title. It's an ordinance of the city of Bayonne, state of New Jersey, authorizing the guarantee of the payment of the principal and interest on the not to exceed $95 million aggregate principal amount.
Council President, I think we should make a motion to table
Well,
this.
yeah.
I still have to do the second reading.
Yeah, the letter-
Amount of the city guaranteed lease revenue bonds to be issued by the Hudson County Improvement Authority for the purpose of providing additional security thereof and determining certain other matters in connection therewith. So motion on the table to postpone this.
Yes, postpone.
I made the motion.
Second. It's second by Mr. Galais. And on the motion to postpone, Mr. Carroll.
Just before I vote, I want to reiterate comments made, especially by former Councilwoman Desmond, about more education being needed, and that's been echoed by my council colleagues. But while I place a high value on education, I place a lesser value on working with props, but I have to at this moment. Just as a citizen, not as a council person, I've received several postcards, a sealed letter, TV ads, and as I understand it, Facebook ads, and several people have made mention of text messages that have gone out. I was raised in a family where you don't have to tear something down in order to raise up your opinion. Now, I won't discuss from whom I received these things, and I know all of you have as well, but I would urge in the time between this meeting and when we revisit this issue, that you replace the fear with fact on these documents, that you take the time to actually educate the population. If you're going to spend the money on an ad campaign like this, make it count. Achieve something with it. Educate the people on the issue. And so I vote aye on tabling this.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Yeah, before I vote on this, I have something to say myself, because I'm very concerned about the status of our hospital. This is a very, very complicated issue with many moving parts. The people of Bayonne want a hospital in town. The people of Bayonne need a hospital in town. A lot has changed in the past 24, 48 hours that most of us were not aware of until we read the papers. I think we need a lot more information before we have a public hearing and a vote on this matter. We should table everything, which we did, and I'm glad we did, involving the hospital situation until next month so that we can find out more about these negotiations, until we can find out what the local financing board is going to do. It doesn't make sense for us or the people in this audience to talk about all these if we don't have all the information in front of us. And we don't have everything in front of us. And when I say us, I mean the public and the city council. Okay, we got everybody in this room all upset for no good reason. So let's get the information, have a public hearing, and then put it to a vote. I vote aye.
And Mr. Nadrowski.
Just want to reiterate again, to piggyback off what Councilman Carroll said about the literature and the misinformation. I think our secretary, and we have a collective secretary, so she received all the calls. We had over 150 calls, people thinking that that there would be no hospital, and we have been, save a hospital, but didn't know if they were voting for HRH or CarePoint. They just didn't know what they were voting for. They were just worried and quite didn't understand and it does no good at that. And I want to reiterate to the public, which is the point of this, is that this council, the 5 of us, are in agreement, not often, but we are 100% in agreement on this, that we are 100% committed to ensuring that there is a full care, acute care hospital in Bayonne. That's never been the issue. We are not willing to risk that. The questions are, how do we get there, right? The steps that need us to get there. And that is what we'll be asking the administration, and by the administration, I mean the city officials, to provide us the information necessary to make an educated vote. So aye.
Council President, you forgot about the couple hundred emails that we.
Yeah.
Moving
Okay,
on.
we're moving on. So if the CarePoint people don't want to stay for the rest, we'll give you a minute to exit the building, but we have another 4 pages to cover tonight. So we're just, for the people watching on TV and at home, we're just going to give a few minutes for people to exit. And then we'll continue on with the agenda. We're up to 05.
Big Al. Yes. Those are the rules.
Okay.
Good night. Thank you for speaking.
I think it was the best idea.
Okay, you can continue. Okay, we're going to continue now.
04 is an ordinance of the City of Bayonne, County of Hudson, adopting the redevelopment plan for the properties located at 218-222 Broadway, which property is identified as Block 319, Lot 26, as shown on the official tax map of the City of Bayonne pursuant to the local redevelopment and housing law, which was introduced and passed a first reading at a meeting held April 14, 2021, was published in the Jersey Journal and posted on the bulletin board as required by law, with notice that it would be further considered for final passage following a public hearing at this meeting of May 12th, and is now before the council for its consideration and a public hearing. And a resolution moved by Councilmember La Palusa, giving the ordinance second reading. Mr. Perez, will you second?
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
Second reading is by title, an ordinance of the City of Bayonne, County of Hudson, New Jersey, adopting the redevelopment plan for the property located at 218-222 Broadway, which is identified as Block 319, Lot 16, as shown on the official tax map of the city, pursuant to the local redevelopment and housing law. The council is now ready to give all persons interested in this ordinance an opportunity to be heard concerning it. The council president will recognize anyone who wishes to speak.
Ms. LaShanti, please keep an eye on the online. I'll just give a brief summary, especially for those who are at home. Also, this will be 7 stories, 80 feet maximum. That doesn't include a penthouse area for the elevator. There will At the 6th story, it starts to step back a minimum of 8 feet. Minimum of 25% of the 7th floor must be a rooftop building and must be open space and shall remain unused and passive. The maximum number of units is 80, and we'll have a 1-to-1 parking, off-street parking spots. 1 space per dwelling and 1.2 spaces for 2 bedrooms and 2 spaces for any 3-bedroom units. There will be commercial space for a restaurant down the bottom, and there will be 1 space required for every 4 seats in the restaurant. There'll be a live workspace, 1 per dwelling unit.
Are there any questions on 04? No protest against, objections to, or statements in favor of this ordinance or its passage has been filed with me. May I have a motion to close?
Move it.
Second.
And on the motion to close, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
And resolution ordering final passage.
Move it.
Second.
And on the resolution for passage, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
5 is an ordinance of the City of Bayonne, County of Hudson, New Jersey, adopting the redevelopment plan for the property located at Hook Road and Commerce Street, which property is identified as 481 lot 5.02 as shown on the official tax map of the City of Bayonne pursuant to the local redevelopment and housing law, which was introduced and passed the first reading at a meeting held April 14, 2021, was published in the Jersey Journal and posted on the bulletin board as required by law, with notice that it would be further considered for final passage following a public hearing at this meeting of May 12, 2021, and is now before the council for its consideration and a public hearing. And a resolution moved by Councilmember Carroll, giving the ordinance second reading. Mr. Galais, will you second? Mr. Galais. Is it on?
You could just yell it.
Just say yeah.
Just yell it.
Just say, do you second?
Did you say aye?
Say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
You can yell it.
Second reading is by title, an ordinance of the City of Bayonne, County of Hudson, New Jersey, adopting the redevelopment plan for the properties located at Hook Road and Commerce Street, which is identified as Block 481, Lot 5.02, as shown on the official tax map of the city pursuant to the local redevelopment and housing law. The council is now ready to give all persons interested. Wait a minute. I forgot. I'm in such a ready to go home. I forgot to take the vote on second reading. Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
It's been a long day. Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
It's been a long day. Okay, the council is now ready to give all persons interested in this ordinance an opportunity to be heard concerning it. The council president will recognize anyone who wishes to speak.
Ms. LaShanti, do we have anyone online?
Nope, not at this time.
We have no speakers.
And no protest against, objections to, or statements in favor of this ordinance or its passage has been filed with me. May I have a motion to close?
So move.
Second.
And the motion to close, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
And a resolution ordering final passage.
So move.
Second.
And on that resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
06 has been tabled for the time being. 07 is an ordinance amending and supplementing the revised general ordinances of the City of Bayonne, Chapter 7, Traffic, which was introduced and passed the first reading at the meeting held April 14, 2021, was published in the Jersey Journal and posted on the bulletin board as required by law, with notice that it would be further considered for final passage following a public hearing at this meeting of May 12, 2021, and is now before the council for its consideration and a public hearing. It is deleting one restricted parking zone. And a resolution moved by Councilmember La Palusa, giving the ordinance second reading. Mr. Perez, will you second?
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
Second reading is by title, an ordinance amending and supplementing the revised general ordinances of the City of Bayonne, Chapter 7, Traffic. The council is now ready to give all persons interested in this ordinance an opportunity to be heard concerning it. The council president will recognize anyone who wishes to speak. Are there any speakers on 07?
Ms. LaShante, anybody online?
No speakers online.
Okay, no protest again. Objections to or statements in favor of this ordinance or its passage has been filed with me. May I have a motion to close?
Move it.
Second.
On the motion to close, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski?
Aye.
And a resolution ordering final passage.
Move it.
Second.
And on the resolution final passage, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski?
Aye.
Okay. Now we're at the.
We're up to public speaking spot portion. Because of the crowd, we didn't really have a sign-up sheet. I know, Mr. Grimes, you have X to talk, so I'll let you come up. You were not, you were. Did you get that?
Good evening, council. I am El Rampador, 213 Avenue B. I'm also with sativacross.org. We're a 501c3 in New Jersey advocating for disabled rights. And I came here to thank the council, but before I get to that, there's something I have to say. This is the first time I've been in this room. I was born and raised in Bayonne. I was born in Bayonne Hospital. This is the first time I've been in this room. And it's very historic, and it's really, really wild, really super to be here. I was only in this building twice. I was in the other Board of Education meeting at the smaller room. And so being here in the wheelchair, I went to the front door, and there's no wheelchair access. And I felt like a second-class citizen when I was sent to the back to go around the back and go in that way. And I just think we can do better, especially in our schools. You know, I talk about the wheelchair access over on Broadway all the time, but I think the schools are something that really should be addressed, not just this school. I was going to talk about some of the other schools, but I've never been here before, and it's really bad, the wheelchair access here. It's really bad, and I think we could do better. I'm a fire hazard. Where I'm standing right now, I'm a fire hazard in my chair, because if there's an issue, an explosion or a fire over there, who's going to carry me out down the stairs in the front in my wheelchair? Do I have any volunteers that want to carry me in my wheelchair down the front stairs? Anybody? No. I'm 230 pounds. All right, 240, but who's counting? There's a wheelchair tax. I know I call it a wheelchair tax, and it's inevitable. It's a tax on cancer, a tax on multiple sclerosis. And I'm not complaining about you guys taking that tax, but it's a tax on cannabis patients. That tax should be used to put wheelchair access, starting right here in this school. I mean, God put me here tonight for a reason. I'm to see this. I'm pretty sure that you need to have wheelchair access in the front of the school and everywhere in the school. Because I don't want to be a fire hazard, and I don't want to see other kids being fire hazards. But getting back to the reason I'm here, I want to thank the council for the curb cutouts on 50th and Avenue C. Going to get Chinese food, or going to the hardware store, the bodega, I would take my chair, because I have bad sciatica. I can't walk for a long period of time. And I would literally, for 50 years, there's never been a curb cutout on Avenue C and 50th. I'd literally have to go out in the street and drive in traffic to get to the Chinese food place or the hardware store, wherever I had to go. So I want to thank the council, because, you know, something that may seem insignificant to you guys, it's a huge step for somebody who's in a chair where a step is a wall. So I really appreciate you guys getting that done, and the Department of Public Works. Thank you guys for that. I'm wearing this mask because I'm on Avenue C and 49th, crossing little old ladies across the street, children across the street. If you watch my videos, a couple of cops almost got hit by the cars. They're doing 50 miles an hour on Avenue C. And I'm trying to get a light on that corner. And I don't want a half measure of a little blinking light. We need a real light. It's the turnpike artery now. There's signs for the turnpike right there. And we really need a light there. It's very dangerous. If you watch my videos, 2 cops almost got hit. I saw 2 kids almost get hit by cars. And now I'm out there just crossing people across the street. And I'm wearing yellow Crocs that I wear. I'm wearing a mask now, and you can't miss me. So that's what we're trying to do. And just realize the step is a wall. And in the UEZ, we talk about taxes for medical cannabis patients. In the urban enterprise zone, traditionally, you get tax breaks in that urban enterprise zone. Not if you're in a wheelchair. You can't get into a lot of those businesses in a wheelchair. There's one day I was walking down Broadway, and I saw a child in a wheelchair, electric wheelchair, and he had a helmet on. And I didn't even need to ask why he had that helmet on, because if you all know what a kid with a helmet means, it's a lot of suffering behind that. It means drop seizures. It means instant death anytime. I know people had drop seizures and they're missing teeth. They had their eye blackened out. One friend of mine has 10 staples in their head from just falling, because when you have a drop seizure, you don't have a chance to break your fall. You just fall and you hit your head or whatever. So I see this poor kid with a helmet on, and they couldn't get in to get his hair cut in the UEZ. I'm like, man, that's brutal. I mean, this poor kid who has a whole life of suffering ahead of him can't even get his hair cut in the UEZ. And it was literally one step. So I'm asking the council to maybe have an ordinance for one step under 10 inches or 12 inches. We can make ramps out of Legos for one steps, which I'm trying to do. Legos are a great thing. You could have kids make ramps out of Legos. It's a fun thing we could do. I'm trying to donate a ramp to the Liberty Pharmacy. That Liberty Pharmacy added a step. There's 3 steps to get into a pharmacy. You have one job, take care of sick people. You can't get in there. And the guy's nice. I mean, the guy's really nice, but he's stuck because there's no wheelchair access. So we're going to donate a huge ramp to him, but we have to get permission from the property owner and the business owner. And I think they want to get permission from you, but I'm like, no, the council's not going to give you a problem for a portable ramp. But just being here tonight was just an amazing experience, and just seeing the wheelchair access here, I think we need to do better here. And all the schools, not just here, in all the schools. There's only one entrance to a lot of these schools, and we have a lot of children that are fire hazards that are in wheelchairs. But thank you for the curb cutouts. That was a great job. And I'll end with this. They went with songs to the battle. They were young, straight of limb, true of eye, steady and aglow. They were staunch to the end against odds uncounted. They fell with their faces to the foe. They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Cassius?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Is it, like, super loud?
I know this is a role reversal for
I
you
know,
these days.
I know. This is
Cassius
definitely not a
usually sitting
board
up
meeting.
here on
I'll
the
tell you
school
that
board.
right now. This is not a Board of Ed meeting. All right. So this evening, I want to just start out with a catchphrase. This was done under the previous administration, because that's all I hear every time I question the water bill. Well, that was over almost 8 years ago, and now it has fallen into your laps, kind of, all of you. I didn't sign this contract, you didn't sign the contract, and neither did the citizens of Bayonne sign the contract. Nor were any of us asked about this decision, which affected everyone in this town, from whether you pay taxes or you pay rent. Everyone is suffering because of it. So this wasn't done under the current administration. It's not cutting it anymore. Councilman Sal Goulet called me last week after I sent him a video of our current garbage men at 12:40 a.m. and the racket they were creating in the middle of the night, woken up out of a sound sleep. Garbage cans were being thrown. There was screaming, music blasting like it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But that's another story. That's not my issue today. The conversation started about garbage, but then turned to the real issue, the water bill. Once again, I was given the catchphrase, and my response was, so just because you didn't sign the contract, that doesn't mean it's not your issue. You do realize that you're an elected official. You receive a paycheck, which you claim at that moment was not that much, only $20,000. But whether it's $5, $100, or $20,000, You work for me, all of you. You work for all of us. We elected you to make the right choices and decisions for the citizens of Bayonne. Sal had mentioned to me that the lawyers had overlooked this contract and nothing could be done, that it was ironclad and it could not be broken. So my question to the council is, who are the lawyers who looked over the contract? Did we hire a group from outside to come in and look this over? By no means am I saying that our city lawyers can't handle this, but sometimes we need to look outside the box.
I'm going to answer that. I'll answer that. I'm sorry. I'm the elected official.
Sorry.
I'll answer it. Like she said, it's ours. And you are 110% correct. We inherited this, but it does not excuse, it's still our problem. You know, just like if we inherited a broken bridge, you know, the walk bridge, we're going to fix it. That's not an excuse. And we realize that. I will tell you, I have the question on, Mr. Boyle is the Municipal Service Director, handles this. And Mr. Boyle, I just have one simple question. Have you spoken with the law firm of Bayonne and Coughlin? Have you spoken to the water? Have you spoken to the law firm of Bayonne and Coughlin regards to our water contract? It's just, yeah. It is. Okay. So that's part of the question. So I'm in the middle of asking her question, so I needed to know that.
Okay.
So I will let you know. So I don't know who in the city was looking at it, but last year in January, I too, and I think everyone up here, we all get water bills. We all have the same concerns. We all know our water bills have tripled, doubled, some people quadrupled. I know it's an issue. I came to a council meeting. I brought it up. At my recommendation, I recommended that we hire Bayonne and Coughlin law firm. My council colleagues supported me on that. We passed the resolution to hire them specifically. And the reason they were chosen is because they have had success. We needed somebody. I had been asking for a number of years questions on the contract, whose responsibility is what, whether it's the cities, whether it's the border, Suez, you know, who does what are we getting for the rates we're paying and all that. So I've had questions. I've been asked a number of questions. Also, they've been a little successful with other municipalities in renegotiation more favorable terms in water contracts. Like you're right.
So they're working on it now, or
the lawyers we hired them specifically because they are experts. Like you say, those contracts are monsters. They're not easy to read.
Right.
So we recognize that need, and I'm saying we as the council, we passed the resolution. It was passed. We authorized the spend. I think it was 6 months later in August, I asked at another public council meeting for an update on.
Right. Well, who's responsible for giving us the update?
Let me give you the whole. I'm just telling you, you're asking what the council did, and I can only tell what we did.
All right.
I asked for an update on that, and I became aware that no one had reached out to that firm, and they weren't even aware that they were awarded the contract. At the end of the year, I then again asked if we had done any work with them, found out that we had not. At our meeting in the beginning of the year, I made a motion that we extend the contract with Bayonne and Coughlin for the same amount, since we've done nothing, just continue it, and that we engage them. So my expectation would be that it would be Mr. Boyle that would engage with them. So I'm guessing that we haven't engaged with them because I don't think anyone else would have engaged with them. Did we engage with them on this?
We went over this a couple meetings ago, or a long time ago. And in fact, it was in November of that year that Mr. Mincello, it's Coughlin, Coughlin, and Mincello. And Mr. Mincello did perform an analysis of the contract, and I'll let Mr. Boyle summarize what he was told.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't recognize the name of the firm because the president didn't say the entire name of the firm. I have been working with a David Mincello. We've been working for a little bit over a year now on several different things. One of the things he has been tasked with doing is to create a checklist from the contract, which is everybody agrees, a very complicated document, to provide us with a checklist so that we can start doing annual inspections of the various metrics that were a part of that contract. That is not that work product has not been produced yet. The ask is a good several months old now, and we anticipate that we'll have that document soon enough.
And you'll make that public.
With regard to how, I'm sorry?
And you'll make that public when you get this.
Well, we haven't done any investigations yet, yes, but the purpose of asking for the tool to be developed was so that we could take a closer look at what's going on.
Right, I think we got to do that soon. We have to do it soon.
I'm sorry, what is the, just confused because you're saying you asked for a metric. We asked for a deep dive into the cost factors of the contract, of a possible renegotiation of terms.
Nobody ever mentioned anything to me about a possible renegotiation of terms. That is simply
And
not
to,
something that I've been asked to look into.
It was at the public meeting. It was at the public.
I wasn't at the public meeting, so it doesn't matter to me, but I will say this with regard to the contract that Bayonne has. I have no dog in the fight, right? Suez is hired by the city of Bayonne to do a job. They run our water and sewer department. Suez gets no say in how the rates go up and down.
Well, who does?
KKR.
KKR
is
the contract that we were entered into with the Smith administration. Shrug your shoulders if you like, but it's a 40-year contract.
I'm not shrugging my shoulders.
That's the contract that we're operating under. That contract guides every aspect of our relationship with Suez.
Okay, and my question was, Sal told me lawyers had gone over the contract and it was ironclad and there was nothing they can do. So my question to you is, who were the lawyers and did they really look into this contract? Because you don't have anything in the game.
That's ongoing. It's ongoing. It's a law firm we just mentioned, and we specifically 3 times at 3 different council meetings had brought it to the attention. We passed it a year ago. No action was taken. We renewed it this year because I checked with our Demiata, and there had been no drawdown on it, so it implied to me that there was no work done. The firm hadn't submitted any bills.
Okay.
But Jody, to your thing, we hired a firm to do exactly. The council hired a firm and it specified that we wanted it to go in to look at the rates to make sure we weren't double paying. I had concerns about us double paying, that there's work that's in the contract to be done, but yet my DPW workers are out there doing that work. So in my opinion, I'm double paying for that. That type of
so
stuff.
who is in charge of following up with the lawyers to find out if they're looking into?
That would not, we're the legislative body. It would be Mr. Boyle's department. He handles the relationship with KKR. And KKR, they're the ones that set the rate. Suez is actually hired by
with KKR sets the rate. It's not KKR.
Yes, but they're the ones that hire Suez to do the maintenance for them.
Okay, so now my next situation is, I thought my water bill was high, approximately 400 to 500 last year. Now, this year I filed my taxes and I paid in upwards of $2,400 for water last year. It's a lot of money, $2,400 for water that I can't drink. I have eco-friendly machines, appliances, energy efficient, everything. My toilets are stained from the water. The tubs are stained, everything is stained. Sometimes I'm brought back to my childhood at 16th Street Pool with the overwhelming smell of chlorine that comes out of the faucet. Like, it doesn't make sense. So my next question to you, and you kind of said KK, whoever is responsible for the rates. And because according to like my knowledge, we were in a contract, it was going to go up 4%, 4%, 4%. There was a lull there and then bam, 13%. And we're paying, my last water bill that I just paid on May 1st was $687.
So the 13% was a time bomb that was left behind by the Smith administration.
Oh, come on. That was 8 years
That's the fact of
ago.
the matter. The Smith administration had built into their projections $2 million worth of new water accounts, while at the same time they had no new projects listed for the city of Bayonne. They inflated numbers to get the deal done, and then we had to deal with that. That projection supposed $2 million in 1 year and then an additional $1 million in the following year. So what we did was, instead of doing 2 annual increases of 7-point-something%, we took care of it in the first year, and by taking care of it in the first year, we were able to do it at 13% rather than 14-point-something%. Since then, and this is the, generally speaking, the rule that guides what moves the water rate. It's our maintenance costs. So any maintenance that we have to do, the money is guaranteed to us by KKR, the financial group behind this contract, right? But whatever they lend to us in 12, we have to pay back in 13. What they lend us in 13, we have to pay back in 14. It's called the rate path. So the last couple of years, we were lucky. We had some very mild winters, and things have stayed pretty calm. So we've been seeing, what the rule is, somewhere between 3.5% and 4% annually, and that's if we don't have to borrow a penny. Now, for many, many years in our part of the country, politicians kept water and sewer rates artificially low.
Well, who are you supposed to borrow money from when you say that? What does that mean? You borrow money from who?
So when we are required to do repairs,
okay,
which is sometimes at 4 o'clock in the morning on a cold February night,
okay,
we don't have to worry about where the money's coming from. It comes from KKR. Right? They have to lend us that money. That's part of the deal. And our part of the deal is we have to pay it back.
We borrow money from them with the astronomical water bills that we pay. We still have to borrow money.
Well, you say the bills are astronomical. I don't believe they are. If you looked around at what our,
listen,
our competition is paying, similar rates.
My sister-in-law lives in Kearney and pays approximately, with Suez, an average of $45 a month for water. My brother lives in, I'm not saying, I'm giving you honest fact. My brother lives in Brick and his water bill every quarter is $125. I'm here in Bayonne. I've become the water Nazi, telling people you're allowed 2 minutes in the shower. You can't do this. You can't do that. I don't have a pool. I buy flowers that require like no water because I don't want to use my water. And to be honest with you, I have to go out and clean up after the garbage men who I don't know if they're hired, not hired, whatever happened with that situation. But everything is in the middle of the street. I refuse to use my water to clean up after them.
I have a question. Mr. LaPalooza wants to make a comment.
Go
I
ahead.
have a question, Mr. Wales, from you just said. You said that the 13% increase was because it was supposed to really be 7%, 7% 1 year, 7% the next year, but by doing 13% the first year, doing the 14%, the 13% the first year, we saved 1%, but we did it a year earlier. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, to me, that's still paying more because I'm paying that extra 6%. But that's what
the city made that year.
Well, did we negotiate? But I thought we couldn't change the contract. I'm not understanding how that, if the rates were set in the contract, it changed. I never remember that becoming before the council to change the contract.
The contract was never changed. The contract.
We changed the rates without changing the contract. I'm just following what you said.
Because it's supposed to be 4%,
The decision was made, how are we going to pay this obligation? And the obligation, if paid over 2 years, would be at 14%. If we paid it early, therefore you cut back on the interest that's owed. The decision was made to pay it one year early at 13 and change.
And of course, that decision is made at the highest levels in City Hall in Bayonne.
Is it, so it's not contractual?
At the time it is contractual. What's contractual is the amount that has to be paid back in any given year is the amount that was borrowed in the previous year. So in the 2 years in a row where the Smith administration claimed there would be $3 million worth of increases in water revenues. There was 0 increases in water revenues because they didn't have a single new project on the radar screen to go up in Bayonne. So you could question the Smith administration if you'd like. Where did you think this $3 million was going to come from? But when it didn't come to us, we were obligated still to pay KKR or to pay the limited liability.
All right. I get it, but like you guys are there now, like.
Okay,
they're
Mr.
not-
LaPalooza, Councilman LaPalooza. would like-
I just wanted to give you some background because I was on the MUA board in 2012 and I was the only commissioner against this deal. And the reason I was against the deal is because it gave them all our assets. It gave them a huge revenue stream. The 4% you're talking about was the minimum. So if we didn't hit certain numbers that they would collect money from, they had the right to go in and get the rest of it through raises in our water rates. And that's what they've been doing. The first thing they did when they came in, they did a rate hike and they retooled all the meters because the meters tend to run slow over time. So they got a 10 or 11% bump just by doing everybody's meter over. So I know this intimately. I spoke to the finance guy at the time who was doing this deal. He said it was a bargain that any money we owed Suez, we only paid 11% because originally they wanted 14. That was some bargain, right? Also, the windmill was supposed to save us $380,000 in electric. Once Suez got the contract, it saved them $380,000 in electric because it runs the pump station on Oak
Okay, but
Street.
how is this okay?
But Jody, just to let you know.
Can't we do something about it?
So it's a 40-year deal.
I know.
Unless you have a couple $100 million to give them
we're
back.
quick to bond for a hospital.
And also.
We're quick to bond $100 million for a hospital that's never going to change from a hospital.
Listen, it's hard to get out of a deal when they gave you all this money already. It's hard. I'm not the lawyers.
For us, the citizens.
I'm not the lawyers who should
negotiate.
negotiate and try and get this done. I'm not in disagreement with you for trying to get it done because I was never for this in the first place. You could do your research. I'm the only guy up there saying, don't do this deal.
I believe you. I believe you. I just think it's crazy.
But 2012, I wrote letters to the editor in the newspapers. I went on social media. I did everything possible, and very few people showed up at the public meeting to complain about it. And they went ahead and did it anyway. It was a 200-page contract that should have never been done. If they had to raise rates, we could have kept the MUA ourselves and raised the rates. It was a matter of not just raising the rates. They were having difficulty finding people with the right sewerage and water licenses. That was another issue. That's why they hired all these outside companies. Anyway, I'm giving you the history on it.
I know.
Just so you understand.
It's upsetting. It's upsetting.
But I agree with you. And like I said in the beginning, that we understand, we agree with you, and we agree with your opening statement, which is to say that this was done for us isn't really acceptable because
Not anymore.
it's our job. We're the elected officials. That's why we had mentioned it starting back in January of 2020. We took the initiative as a council to hire a law firm specifically asking that they, and specifically this law firm, because they had success in other municipalities, renegotiating terms and making sure we're getting if we're going to pay that much, we better be getting what we pay for. And that was the thing. We talked about it at 3 subsequent council meetings looking for status checks on it. And then we renewed it this year at the beginning of the year when we were renewing contracts, because we understand, and I agree wholeheartedly, and I'm not kicking it back to the Smith administration. It is on prudent. We may not be able to, but we cannot sit there and just keep saying we have to try. And that's what we did by hiring that law firm.
Let me say this too, with regard to what's gone on in Hoboken. I hear people keep referring to Hoboken. Hoboken was very late in their contract with Suez, very late in the last quarter of their contract with Suez. And they sued to get a deal like Bayonne has. We are the deal that other counties and other communities are trying to get, just so that's understood. And I'll say that in a session like this, some of the representations of that contract I would disagree with. Don't want to get into an open discussion here, Nobody's prepared for that, but I will give you all the time that you need. We can sit down together and I can help you understand that contract better than it's been described here this evening.
Okay, I'd
Can
like
I
that.
comment on your,
Yeah, okay.
on the subject? So I think you're 100% right. And without putting fine a point on it or being discourteous to anyone, I'm the youngest member of this particular body. Okay.
You keep reminding us all the
I keep
time.
reminding. And so as a result, I purchased my home more recently probably than most. And I did it prior to the reval. I got banged there. I'm the millennial that does not want to have an apartment. I want to have a home. And I purchased a home I grew up in. And I knew the tax risk and I knew the water risk, but I doubled down and I did it in the life of this administration with these individuals because I believed in them, as I have faith in myself and you now bringing this issue to the public and galvanizing support out there, that we can accomplish some benefit.
We have to do something.
We have to do something.
We
So
gotta
quite
do better,
frankly,
honestly.
we have, as alluded to by the council president, we have brought this up at several meetings. We have asked for status checks. I would suggest that we draft as a body and sign collectively a memo to this firm and ask for in writing a status update and then publish that status
Please,
update.
would you please
Because I
do
think
that?
that's, again, in the
Because the
interest of
public,
education.
the public is kept in the
SUS
dark
puts
all
out
the
a
time.
quarterly report and an annual report. It's available to the public. Go on the SUS website and get it. I believe you can get it on our website as well. If you give me your email address, I'll send it to you. You won't have to go anywhere to get it.
But she was asking for a report of the lawyer's analysis of the contract.
Yeah, to see if there's anything
That
we could
product
do.
is not complete.
That
That's
would
not
be,
complete.
it would be, but all documents are public documents in the city. Any
Okay.
document we have, they're operable unless they're personnel. So yes, it is, we should make it, we shouldn't make people over it. We can make it available.
All right.
It is, everything's transparent. By law, you're entitled to see it.
I have another question. All right, so on to my next $1 million question, no pun intended.
Jody, before you continue, Council President Nadrowski, we have a comment and a question online that is with regard to this subject matter.
Oh, okay. So we'll just take this, Jody, and then go on to the next.
If that's okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay. I am seeing information that KKR sold their interests in Bayonne's water system to Argo Infrastructure Partners in 2017. Is KKR still involved in our water system? That question comes to us from Sarah Vargas.
Yes. While they did sell their share of the deal to Argo, the city required them to maintain a presence. We meet with them about 10 times a year for operations meetings. KKR is at every single one of those meetings. The only thing that really changed was an Argo representative now comes to the meeting as well. But for the city of Bayonne, our kind of interface with this deal has not changed. And although they sold their portion of the deal, it was done with the city's blessing.
Okay, Ms. Cassius, you can continue.
All right. So back in September of 2018, an ordinance was voted on that the city of Bayonne will bond for $11,700,000 to fix the aqueduct. Only the one of the pipes is salvageable. The other's gone and cannot be fixed. There were two. There's two pipes that run, I mean, you know, run under the river to Bayonne to deliver us water. The pipe that is salvageable, that's bringing the water to us, has holes in it and is leaking and has been leaking. I'm going to quote Terrence Malloy from an article back in October of 2018. It's not like the water system is in jeopardy tomorrow. The aqueduct is leaking and leaking is getting worse. If we don't address the problem, then there'll be some kind of catastrophic failure down the line. Are we down the line yet? Has anybody done any repairs to this aqueduct? Are we leaking river water into our water system? So many questions. Where's the $11,700,000 we bonded to fix this problem? I'd like to know because I'm paying for it, just like every other resident in this town is paying. Has any repairs been done to this pipe?
So we are, the project is still alive. Understand that when the council bonds for 11.7 or whatever, that doesn't mean they go out and get that. That's not sitting in a secret vault
All
somewhere
right, well,
in
this
City
was
Hall.
back in 2018.
And we still haven't gone in for
It
that
takes
money yet. What that
3 years?
ordinance does is give the council and I guess our financial people the ability to go for the money when it is needed. So with regard to the project itself, it is ongoing. We are in the process, deeply into the process of the permitting phase of this.
Just
which takes
permits?
many years.
Just permits?
Permitting phase of this
Permitting
project with the State Department of Environmental Protection, not the building department in City Hall. So we have to, I think we're in the process of finalizing at least 7, it might be 8 different access agreements, temporary access agreements, and then permanent access agreements. So the project is very much alive, very much moving forward, and is very much still a nightmare. Because if something goes
Well, it's
bad
gotta
there-
be, because if something goes wrong, where are we getting?
Well, we
water
have
from?
ways of, there are ways available for us to
We're
batch
gonna
out
be-
water. into
We're
town.
gonna be buying our water from
Yeah,
possibly
we-
Jersey
we've
City
had
and
to do it.
paying Suez? Is that true?
We've had to do it many times before. We have interconnections with Jersey City and Kearney, through Jersey City and Kearney, many other communities. We have to do it from time to time just as a part of regular maintenance. The last time we had to do it with Jersey City because we had a problem ongoing in Bayonne. They supplied us water for about a month. And when it was done, they sent us an invoice. And we said, thank you very much for the invoice. That was really indicated how much water we owed them. And then when we turned the interconnection the other way and we gave them the water back over the next several months, so it didn't cost us a penny. We do have some safety mechanism built into the system. Most things are looped a couple of times so that we don't wind up in that catastrophic position. But the project is alive and still ongoing and still very much needed.
When do you think it'll be finished?
Probably shovels in the ground sometime in late 22 or early 23.
So we all just have to sit back and hope to God that nothing happens.
Yeah.
All right, okay. But I'm going to end my night with this one. There has been chatter and rumors, this is Bayonne, that the city is going to be looking to bond for approximately $300 million for the Bayonne long-term control plan. I've been very busy at home since COVID came, and I'm looking up all kinds of things online, and I'm making myself knowledge with a lot of information. The plan entails putting water basins, water overflow tubes, filtration systems in areas that are flooded here most of the time in Bayonne when we have some rain, or just for basic overflow. According to the plan that I pulled up online, because it's public knowledge, there were a bunch of cylinders that should have been placed down First Street. I'm wondering, since the park is ripped up down there, did we place these overflows down there? Do we know?
So what you're referring to is called the long-term control plan.
Yeah.
This is New Jersey coming into a regulation that was passed at the federal level in 1974. We are the final state in the nation being asked to come into compliance with this regulation, right? The regulation seeks to end street flooding, basement backups, and our putting diluted sewage out into our receiving waters that has not yet gone through a treatment plant, right? So we are what's called a CSO community, combined sewer overflow. That's what CSO stands for.
Okay.
So in our community, when it starts to rain and the sewers start to fill up, all the stuff that's in the sewers, it's like a flush. It all goes out. But then as that rain continues to fall and we get those tropical deluges, our sewers fill up. There's not a sewer on the planet, by the way, that can handle those kind of deluges. They're just not built for that, you know? So when we get one of those deluges, those pipes fill all the way up to the extent that the treatment plant can handle the flows. Our treatment plant is called Passaic Valley Sewerage Commission over in Newark. Any additional water falls over the side of the pipe, and then that goes out to our receiving waters without further treatment. We have 21 of those outflows. And the long-term control plan wants us to capture 85% of the rain that's falling on our community during any given rain event. So the long-term control plan is something that the city of Bayonne has to come into compliance with over the next 30 to 40 years. So while it is a huge number, and it will be the biggest project the city of Bayonne has ever undertaken, total cost of the project will be somewhere between $250 to $350 million. Although there are some other development attorneys who think it might be about.
That we would have to bond for, that we would have to bond for.
I'm sorry?
We would have to bond for
Yes,
that.
we don't have it in the bank, so.
We'll have to do something. We will have to figure out how to finance that.
I mean, after tonight, listening to all of this with the hospital, 100 million here, 11 million to fix the pipe that's still not done, maybe by 22 is going to be done, like 300 million, like where are we going to be? Where are we going to be?
That's our job, right? We will start to go after federal money.
Yeah, but I'm not really having a lot of faith. I'm sorry.
I can't help you there, you know.
Like, no offense, but.
None taken, quite
honestly. You know, I just feel
like. It's hard, difficult work. You have to have a little bit of a vision. It's going to carry out over 30 or 40 years. You have to understand the finances and how that kind of financing gets handled. A lot of it is above my head.
Listen, I'm all for building and bringing.
This is about coming into compliance with the environmental regulation. We don't have a choice.
But I pay over $14,000 a year in taxes and now over $2,400 for water. That was just last year. Maybe it'll go down a little bit now since I'm crazy and I'm stopping everybody from doing whatever. But it's not fair to us. It's not.
The times that we live in.
I get it, but it's.
Sorry, look, I don't mean to sound cavalier. If I sound cavalier, I'm sorry. Water bills go up every year.
I understand.
Auto insurance goes up every year.
I understand.
Price of bread goes up every year. So this area is no different. What has changed is that the municipality is no longer able to artificially keep that number low, while in the background, the number keeps growing. We're forced to face the reality that it's more expensive to operate the system each year. And there's your 3.5% to 4% that is going to happen every year, regardless of how much money we have to borrow. And in years that we have to borrow heavily, we might have to go buy that 4% from time to time.
You do realize, though, that you're pushing the real Bayonnites. You're pushing us out.
No, what we're trying to do is come into compliance with federal regulations. We don't have an option.
I understand what you're saying. I get it.
Well, but you can't just get it and set it aside. You have to kind of realize that that's the reality.
I get it. I do get it. But I think the way our money is being spent, like here, like these are just things like I'm giving you.
But thank God you have an administration that finally isn't kicking the can to the
I hope so, because not for nothing, this mindset that I'm in right now.
You're not the only one.
This is where I was 3 years ago when I decided to run for school board. Because I said, I don't want to be at this podium speaking and no one hears me and no one understands where I'm coming from. And that's why I chose to run for school board. Okay? And I mean, I get it, but I really think like, you know, is there other people, like, are you the only one who does the water here in Bayonne? Is there a group? Is there, like, how does this work?
So Mr. Coffey just suggested that we spread the, you know, give you a wider aperture or a view of what's going on here. Just, you know, for comparison's sake, Jersey City's long-term control plan is going to cost over $600 million. And Newark's is over 534, I think, $1 million, hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, that doesn't really make 350 look any better, but this is a burden that falls onto these communities that the community doesn't have an option about.
It falls onto the citizens of Bayonne.
I'm sorry?
It falls onto us.
Yeah, it does.
And I really think it's pretty sad that this decision was made 9 years ago
Oh, way
And-
more than 9 years ago,
Okay.
74, 1970.
No, the Suez contract.
Oh, the contract.
I'm sorry, the Suez contract. It should have been put out there for the citizens to vote on because it deals with us. Do we want to sell our water for $150 million? All the MUA jobs were gone. Everything was gone. Like they sold us down the river. And now we're stuck.
We don't necessarily disagree with that, Jody. My first job when I came here was to sit down with Mr. Coffey, and another attorney at the time was the attorney for the MUA. And the first question I asked was, how can the new administration get ourselves out from this contract? Unfortunately, because that was our goal, this entire council says.
So everybody wants to bond for
But
money.
the
Why
entire
not bond
council
to buy our
was
water?
not against the deal. Our only way out of the deal, though, would have been to give back the $150 million that they gave us. And we didn't have it any longer to give back. So we recognize that it wasn't the deal of a lifetime. We would have preferred to, excuse the expression, carry our own water. Previous administration signed it legal, 40-year contract. Our only option to get out of it was to give them their money back. They had spent a good deal of the money. There was no money to give back. So we're in this contract. Now, I will say this, I'll share it openly because, again, we don't really have a dog in the fight. If we're really, really unhappy with Suez as an operator, we could go to KKR and say, this is not working out. Give us American Water Resource or some other entity to come in and run the system. But the city agreed to the system that is in place during the Smith administration. They allowed United Water at the time to take over a 48-member municipal utility authority and agreed to allow them to operate it with 19 staff members. So the business model that I hear some people nowadays complain about was agreed to. That business model said that they would farm out certain work and they would keep other certain work in town.
No disrespect, Jody, Mr. Boyle. You guys can take this offline. We do have a time limit on our speaking here, and it is almost midnight, and I have a couple other people, and we have a whole agenda.
Jody, anytime you want, we can get together and I'll help you.
Thank you. Ms. Desmond, did you have your hand up to speak? Oh, okay. Ms. Gadesky? I'm just going to ask everyone to keep it brief as it is extremely late, and I'm thankful to the Board of Ed staff for staying on.
Well, look at who's left.
Yeah.
We have other business to do, and here are the long haulers. First and foremost, I want to thank the council and all the directors that are here tonight to help support this great city of Bayonne residents. Let's talk about some thank yous. I want to thank the entire council, and I would like to personally thank Director Cotter and Jackie McNulty. Every time I make a phone call to the city regarding a pothole, that cost me 2 tires. And no, I didn't charge the city, but it did cost me 2 tires. I want to say thank you because you always follow through. And my motto when I was in business was always, let's follow through. And honestly, let's not pass the buck. Let's just do what we need to do. Let's get in touch with that attorney, Mr. Boyle. Get in touch with that attorney and start talking to him. We don't have to wait for somebody to tell you to do it. Just do it. Do what's right for the city of Bayonne and the residents. Because I'm with Ms. Desmond and Josie. I'm on my way out of the city of Bayonne. Some of the leadership already moved. Some of it's planning on moving to South Carolina, I hear.
Not me, I just bought my house.
Good for you. I just want to say thank you for taking my concerns seriously. Now for some major concerns. 32nd Street Bridge. Last time I spoke was a couple of months ago regarding the bridge with the rusted metal and the potholes. What's going on with that? Don't answer me tonight. I just want to bring it up. The Assumption property, still a disaster. What's going on with that? Side streets, let's start sweeping them again. Take a ride up and down Bayonne. The side streets are a disgrace. Some landscapers blowing their leaves and dirt into the streets when they're getting paid by their clients. And we get stuck with clogged sewers. Come on. Chief, I hope you're still awake, Chief. I just have a couple of questions for you. You don't have to answer. Parking tickets, blocking crossings, yellow lines. I drove up and down Bayonne 2 weeks ago. I could have gave 1,000 tickets. You need money? Deputize me. Commercial vehicles. What's going on with commercial vehicles taking up parking space where people can't shop in Bayonne? Now, back to the water. Who's in charge of fire hydrants? Suez. Who did I have to call to cut grass around a fire hydrant uptown? Why are there signs out of service when we had a fire downtown and the fire hydrant didn't work? Is that what we're paying Suez for? Really? Mr. Boyle, get to do your job. Snow removal.
Wait, no, we're not, she's just, it's
I'm
not a
making
question and
a
answer.
comment.
She's making a statement.
Snow removal. The main streets, DPW did a phenomenal job. What about Kennedy Boulevard? County had no money? Does part of my tax money go to the county? I live on the boulevard. Why wasn't it plowed? They had no money. Schools, people are asking me, are we putting new schools up? I told them about Marist. Is anybody looking into the P3 program that the state came up with? Public-private partnership where we could get more schools for more residents? What's going on here? Let's stick to the priorities of the city of Bayonne. If I was 2 years younger, I would run for mayor. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. And by the way, there's no age limit.
This question, it's a rhetorical question. I know you can't talk about personnel issues, but I understand that a former employee of the city of Bayonne received a severance package. Is that legal?
That was rhetorical, correct?
Yes, that's what you said. Mr. Morris, do you care to speak or no? You're our last speaker, and then we have to continue on. Bayonne staff, high school staff, we're not finished. We still haven't, we still have a number of pages to get through, but they'll be fast.
Good evening, Mike Morris, 123 Avenue C, Bayonne.
Bless you.
My question is not criticism towards Mr. Boyle in any way. I just want to specify that very clearly. But my question is this. Is there a performance clause in the contract with Suez regarding the maintenance of all the cleanouts and the curbs in the city of Bayonne? And the reason I ask this question is because now they're between 4th and 5th and Avenue C. I've had several major sewage backups on the street. And literally had to declare over $40,000 loss on my taxes because my basement was totally destroyed. The furniture was literally floating down there. And when I alerted Suez about it, they did send a truck down. And as soon as they cleared out the four corners of 4th Street, the sewer basins by BCB, the house across the street, my corner, and actually Alicia's corner was on the property over there. And when they opened up the manhole covers, whatever they did down there, all of a sudden the water subsided and it went out to the street. So this has happened to me twice already. So in reality, a finished basement is not inhabitable for me. It's just a basement at this point, and it will be till the day I sell the property. I'm asking again, what is the performance contract call for regarding that issue?
I'm gonna have to say we'll have to look into it. I don't know the contract, and like we just explained, we actually hired a law firm to decipher it because what we think is their work and what we think they're required to do always tends to be interpreted differently. So that was one of the points of hiring this firm. But I made a note of it, and I'll reach out to you with an answer.
Well, just to leave you with this thought, I mean, I came back from vacation, walked into a basement, literally filled 2 to 2.5 feet of raw sewage from front to back. So I feel I have a legitimate complaint or even a question regarding this. So if somebody could get back to me when they do find the answer, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to continue on, Madeline.
Okay, just to double back, 06 that was up for hearing is tabled to the meeting of June 16th, and it will be given its second reading. 08 is an ordinance of the City of Bayonne, County of Hudson, New Jersey, amending and supplementing the revised general ordinances, Chapter 35 zoning regulations, and resolution fixing Wednesday, June 16th at 7 p.m. in the Dorothy E. Harrington Council Chambers as time and place for a public hearing and final passage. This ordinance amends Section 25.1, 25.2, and 25.3. Who would like to move the resolution?
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais. Mr. La Palusa. Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
09 has been removed. 010 is an ordinance amending and supplementing the revised general ordinances of the City of Bayonne, Chapter 7 traffic, and a resolution fixing Wednesday, June 16th, and at 7 p.m. in the Dorothy E. Harrington Council Chambers at a time and place for public hearing and final passage. Would like to move it.
Move it. Second.
Second.
And on that resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais. Aye. Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
010 is an ordinance amending and supplementing the revised general ordinances of the City of Bayonne, Chapter 7 traffic, and a resolution fixing Wednesday, June 16th at 7 p.m. in the Dorothy E. Harrington Council Chambers as a time and place for public hearing and final passage. This is for restrictive parking zones. It deletes 5 and relocates 1. Mr. La Palusa, would you move the resolution? Mr. La Palusa?
You want me to move it? Yes.
And a second?
Second.
Too late. And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
Consent resolutions is a resolution moved by the council as a whole, ordering the following communications to be received and filed. It covers C1 through C16. Are there any questions on the communications?
Anything online, Alicia? I don't think they could see the agenda.
Anything online?
Yes. Donna Purina?
No, about the communications agenda.
No.
Okay.
And
We'll
on,
get back to that.
Okay.
on the communications, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
Officers' reports is a resolution moved by the council as a whole, ordering the following officers' reports to be received and filed, and any resolutions incorporated within them to be adopted. OR 4 and OR 5 were removed. Are there any questions on the officers' report?
No.
And on the officers' report, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais. Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
And resolutions, consent resolution is a resolution moved by the council as a whole, ordering the following resolutions to be adopted. It covers CR 1 through CR 17. CR 12 has been removed. Any questions on the consent resolutions? I'll take that as no. And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
R1 and 2 have been removed. R3 is awarding the contract for the improvements to Dennis P. Collins Park Phase 2 to Paserno Giordano Construction of Kenilworth, New Jersey for the bid amount of $3,697,669. Would like to move it.
Move it.
Second. Are we in a hurry or what?
And
Oh,
on
we
the-
have a question on this.
do you have a question?
Yes, you can.
Yes, sir.
Mike Morris, 123 Avenue C. I'd like to make a comment about Collins Park, specifically when you're traveling downtown to the end of First Street, where you have that hideous, outdated wall there with the old-grown greenery and the fencing around it. Is there any way that it's possible to maybe redesign that, clean it up, power wash?
Are you referring to Avenue C and
Yes.
First?
At the foot of First Street and Avenue C, where it says Mayor Dennis Collins Park. So is
Just
that,
briefly,
is that part of the project that is proposed ongoing?
Mr. Cotter, is that part of the plan to redo the wall at the foot of, Avenue C and First Street that says Mayor Dennis Collins Park? You know, I agree with you because I'm there daily. Is there any plans to redo that or at least clean it up?
That would be part of Phase 3. But since they're working in that area that's adjacent right to it, until they finish their work there with the remediation, we're not going to go on with Phase 3.
Okay.
We however did some repairs a little further down at the playground. We did the new resurfacing over there, but that was just to keep the park current and safe for the children. But anything else right now is on hold until we get to start on Phase 2.
Mr. Morris.
Which should be, once we award this, we should be able to start work on that most likely in June.
I think Mr. Carroll.
And that should be done by hopefully September, maybe late October, Phase 2.
Dealing with your specific concern, and one of the things I'm particularly happy with the design of that park is as you come down Avenue C and you get to First Street, part of Phase 2, if you look slightly to the right of that wall that you're referencing, there's going to be a tiered seating arrangement, essentially similar to the theater and around that's further down in the park, if you know what I'm referring to.
Yes, I'm in that park every day.
There you go. And that tiered seating is also going to have writing on it. It's going to be very welcoming. And I think it's going to be facing the water. It's going to be a very beautiful and focal point as you make that entrance into First Street. So I think that tackles one of the issues you're concerned about.
Well, that isn't my main concern. The wall it's hideous. I'm tired of
Until
looking
we
at
get
it.
to Phase 3, you're going to have a very beautiful welcome to the park.
I totally understand it. They've done a beautiful job so far, and I'm very impressed. But as I said,
absolutely,
that is my main concern. And as I said, it's Bayonne, represents a former mayor who was a good mayor, and I think he deserves better in his memory. So hopefully they'll come up with a better design. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. On R3, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski?
Aye.
R4 is authorizing the mayor to sign all documents and certifications relating to the city's fiscal 2021 CBDG program to authorize submission of its fiscal year 2021 annual action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for the anticipated amount of $1,511,913.
Move it.
And second?
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais. Mr. La Palusa?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski?
Aye.
R5 is moved by the council president authorizing the execution of the second amendment to the redevelopment agreement with LEG Bayonne Owner LLC and the city of Bayonne. Mr. Perez, will you second?
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski?
Aye.
R6 is moved by Councilmember La Palusa, authorizing and directing the planning board to conduct a preliminary investigation to determine whether the property located at 455-461 Avenue C, which property is identified as Block 219, Lot 24.01, constitutes a non-condemnation area in need of redevelopment. Ms. Nadrowski, will you second?
Second.
And are there any questions on R6? No. And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll?
Aye.
Mr. Galais?
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski?
Aye.
R7 is moved by the council president, authorizing and directing the planning board to conduct a preliminary investigation to determine whether property is located at 70-72 Prospect Avenue, 66-68 Prospect Avenue, and 62.5 Prospect Avenue, which is identified as Block 449, lots 21, 22, and 23, constitutes an area in need of redevelopment. Mr. Perez, will you second?
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll?
Aye.
Mr. Galais?
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski?
Aye.
R8 is moved by Councilmember La Palusa, authorizing and directing the planning board to conduct a preliminary investigation to determine whether the property located at 566-568, 564, and 562 Broadway, which is identified as Block 184, lots 1, 2, and 3, constitutes an area in need of redevelopment. Mr. Perez, will you second?
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll?
Aye.
Mr. Galais?
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski?
Aye.
R9 is another one directing the planning board to conduct the preliminary investigation to determine whether the property located at 534-548 Avenue E, inclusive of all qualifiers, constitutes an area in need of redevelopment. Who would like to move it?
Move it.
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll?
Aye.
Mr. Galais?
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski?
Aye.
R10 is transferring 21 taxi cab owners licenses and 7 taxi cab licenses from Bayonne Yellow Cab, doing business as Bayonne City Taxi, to Jersey Limo, doing business as Archie's.
So moved.
And
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye. Before you start on this one, I'm going to recuse myself. As you know, I have a family member who's impacted by this next resolution, so I'm going to walk away.
Okay. R11 is ratifying and affirming the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Bayonne and the Bayonne Police Superiors Association beginning January 1, 21 through December 31st, 2025.
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa. Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski abstains. Okay. R12 is amending agreement number CY 21037 with Jason Lamparello, Balone and Capuzzo for the professional legal services in connection with the state contract appeals, tax appeals, increasing the agreement amount by $75,000, making the total contract amount not to exceed $130,000. It's moved by the council president. Mr. La Palusa, will you second?
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
R13 is moved by the council president, authorizing the execution of a redevelopment agreement with LEG BP Bayonne Owners Urban Renewal LLC and the City of Bayonne for Block 180.01, Lot 1. Mr. Perez, will you second?
Second.
On the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
R14 has been withdrawn. We're getting there. Ed 1 is from the Honorable James M. Davis submitting Executive Order Number 2, it should say, fixing the salary for a systems analyst title. Who would like to move it?
Move.
And second? Any questions on Ed 1? And on that one, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
Ed 2 is ratifying and affirming the actions of the Director of Public Works in authorizing the striping of Avenue C intersection by Statewide Striping Corporation in the amount of $36,803.69, and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to enter into an agreement with Statewide Striping Corporation for an amount not to exceed $36,803.69.
Move it.
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
Ed 3 is authorizing the chief financial officer to use the average of the prior year's cash collections for the calculation of the calendar year 2021 budget appropriations reserved for uncollected taxes.
Move it.
Second.
And on that resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
04 is an ordinance for introduction. It's an ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limits and to establish a cap bank. And a resolution fixing Wednesday, June 16th at 7 p.m. in the Dorothy E. Harrington Council Chambers as a time and place for public hearing and final passage.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
And on that resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
At 5 is authorizing and directing the planning board to conduct a preliminary investigation to determine whether certain property located at 9 East 50th Street, 1021, 1026, and 1028 Broadway, which is identified as Block 54, Lots 1, 24, 25, and 26, inclusive of all qualifiers, as shown on the official tax map of the city, constitutes a non-condemnation area of redevelopment.
So moved.
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
And 6 is approving the temporary emergency appropriation for calendar year 2021, number 4.
Move it.
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
At 7 is anticipating miscellaneous revenues in the calendar year 2021 budget using the 3-year average of the realized revenues from the prior 3 years.
Move it.
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
At 8 is another ordinance for introduction. It's an ordinance of the City of Bayonne, County of Hudson, approving the amendment to the financial agreement by and between the City of Bayonne and LEGBP Bayonne Urban Renewal LLC for the property located within the Maritime District at Mott B, which property is identified as Block 180, Lots 1.01 and 1.02, and a resolution fixing Wednesday, June 16th as a time and place for public hearing and final passage.
So move.
Second.
On that resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Aye.
In the home stretch. Resolution amending Resolution 21-03-17-063, authorizing the IP surveillance agreement with Hitachi Vantar for annual software support and extending the one-year warranties for all equipment as part of the digital video surveillance network. It is increasing the contract by $1,672.95, and it's covering the annual software and the extended warranties for a 5-month period for the purchase of additional equipment pursuant to Resolution 2102-19-040. And it's making the total contract amount $48,172.95.
Move it.
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski?
Aye. Motion to adjourn?
No.
Almost, no.
What? No?
No, I have
Council
some that are,
President, I
Oh, I'm
still
sorry,
have-
I still have 2 more.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I have 3 more, actually. Ed 10 is authorizing the mayor and city clerk to accept a donation from Joe Bulowski for a 2021 Ford F-250 pickup truck and equipment in the amount of $64,327.59 for use by the Bayonne Office of Emergency Management.
Move it.
Second.
And on the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski? Does she have a speaker who wants to speak on anything? No, I still have 2 more. Okay. At 11 is authorizing and directing the planning board to reopen and amend the redevelopment plan for the scattered site redevelopment project, phase 11, site 14 for Route 440 West redevelopment plan pursuant to the local redevelopment and housing law.
Move it.
Second.
No. On the resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski?
Aye.
Last one is authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a lease agreement in form and substance acceptable to the law director, allowing the Bayonne Wrestling Association to hold a fundraiser event at the 16th Street Park on Friday, June 11th, from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Bayonne Wrestling Association.
Move it.
Second.
And on that resolution, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski?
Aye.
Take your speaker.
Anything else?
Yeah, I have.
We have one more comment that was missed during public speaking that came in online, so.
There's one question and also someone wants to make a comment. The question comes from Donna Farina. Why do we have to bond for water repairs when our water rights have been sold? Shouldn't that be the responsibility of the water rights purchaser?
It's contractual, that the repairs are additional costs that the city must pay for.
Okay, and we have David Belandis who would like to make a comment or a statement about the proposed installation of 5G in the city. David, I unmuted you. Let's just bring up the volume here.
Good evening, council members. I don't know if you can hear me.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay. It's been a long evening, so I'll try and keep this brief. My name is David Philandis, and I live on Fort Street and Garrettson Avenue. I want to bring up the issue of 5G installation in the city. A few weeks ago, a couple of gentlemen were taking measurements on the side of my house. When I inquired as to what they were doing, they replied that they were measuring for where a pole could be installed. The first gentleman who was doing this gave no information as to who ordered it or who he was hired by. Next week, the following week, a PSE&G worker was again measuring on the corner. When I inquired about for what use, he stated that AT&T was putting up a pole for 5G usage. I spoke to Councilman Carroll about this, who was able to verify what was being planned. My reason for coming before the council today is the proximity of the intended pole next to my house and essentially all the other houses in this city. If unfamiliar with the use of 5G technology, it's totally different than either 4G or 3G, which currently uses microwaves. 5G employs millimeter waves in addition to microwaves that's currently used. Given limited reach, 5G will require cell antennas every 100 to 200 meters, exposing many people to millimeter wave radiation. Whereas current technology uses satellites or bounces signals off the atmosphere, 5G requires line-of-sight antennas to complete their signal. The usage of 5G millimeter waves has had limited studies done on the health effects they can cause. However, a few years ago, an esteemed group of 240 scientists who published peer-reviewed research on the biologic and health effects of these waves signed an international appeal calling for further study. They have published more than 2,000 papers and letters on this technology in professional journals. Skin cancer, neurological, and immune disorders, along with reproductive health, are serious concerns of these scientists. Previous studies on 4G and 3G have proven there are serious long-term health concerns with daily exposure. That technology, in combination with the use of 5G technology, can cause more serious concerns. Even the U.S. military has experimented with millimeter waves as a weapon to use on the battlefield. It can disorient, cause severe heating, and extreme discomfort when targeted at a human. Less than 9 months ago, on July 30th, 2020, a landmark lawsuit was filed against the FCC for failing to reevaluate 5G and wireless safety. It was filed by the Environmental Health Trust and the Children's Health Defense for failure to protect human health and the environment by dismissing scientific evidence of harm from wireless radiation. AT&T will, of course, refer to the FCC's guidance and say the towers are safe. But the problem is the FCC's rules are 24 years old, at a time when even the thoughts of 5G technology didn't exist. As of January 25th of this year, the U.S. Court of Appeals of the D.C. Circuit was still hearing oral arguments in the case. Till that date, they had heard enough evidence to continue with the case, as the judges were skeptical about the FCC's review of their own data concerning health issues. For 5G to be effective in Bayonne would require the placement of possibly thousands of additional poles throughout the city. Along with the added equipment, poles and unsightly wiring, which already crisscross our city, do we want or even need this dangerous technology so close to where we live, work, and play? At the very least, shouldn't AT&T be contacting affected homeowners to advise them of their plans? Or will this be a stealth of night project? I'm asking the City Council to investigate and review the technology to be employed and the health concerns it may cause to our citizens. Possibly delay AT&T from deploying it until the ongoing court case is settled or the FCC publishes new guidelines. There's no financial benefit to the city, yet there could be serious dangers to all the residents. The only benefit is to AT&T's bottom line. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You were a little low, but I'm not for how to do today. Unfortunately, 5G is considered basically a utility, just like PSE&G, and there's very limited control over what they do, where they do it, and how they do it. They haven't seen like the utilities just coming in. Now, let me have people look at us. That are coming in because they're giving that rate, I guess, as being one of the utilities. I know you're talking about the court meeting, but as of right now, I don't know if it's restricted. It shouldn't happen. It's not within our powers unless court rules come down on anything slowing down, because they don't even have to notify us or ask us permission the way it stands now. Until the courts change that, our hands are really tied. I hear and understand what you're saying, but until that court case is decided, there's no say on what they can do by law as a public utility. They have no emergency lights, and because they don't have the archives. Fortunately. Well, I implemented a law change, after not, so. Motion to adjourn?
As a whole.
And a second.
Second.
And on the motion to adjourn, Mr. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Galais.
Aye.
Mr. La Palusa.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Nadrowski.
Thank you again.
Good night.